here we are, but we're down one because I got to shrink everything here to fit Mr. Stewart in. Oh, we don't have his video feed, but he popped in during the countdown. So hello to everybody out there in the YouTube universe and beyond. We never know who we might reach on this show. I mean, and Gustavo, he is really in Colorado right now. He's not using a fake background and talking from Japan. He's actually in Colorado again. So he is probably, well, not probably, he definitely suffering from jet lag and the lengthy trip that he had. So we'll have to give him a pass tonight in terms of being overly talkative, because he's going to probably nod off about 10 times, I think.
And will make less sense than usual.
Yeah, less sense than usual. And obviously we have Roy, and Chuck is with us tonight, which is great. And Gustavo and Randall and David will eventually pop up here, I think. And then you're stuck with me on the big screen here, unfortunately. But I did polish my head really good. I went to the bowling alley, stuck my head in the ball polisher, and I shined it up real good. So I'm at my best anyway. But the Joey just said he just got back from a conference in Banff. So he's going to just watch tonight. That's fine, Joey, and we're going to go through here quick and say hi to everybody that's on here. Terry and Robert, Michael Drees, Bob Our Photos, and let's see, Martin is here, visiting briefly, as he says in his follow-up text, and Mookie MC is here, and we got 15, and when we hit about 20 or so, we'll kind of get things going a little bit. Hopefully everybody had a good week of shooting where you are. Hopefully you got out to get a few pictures anyway. It was funny. I was driving back home from the movies today, and we have these plants, that I don't know how to describe them, but in this time of year, the part of it turns red. And it looks really, really nice. And then there were a few rose bushes that still had roses on them that were in the background. So I says, okay, I'm putting that lens I bought on my ZF tomorrow and fool around with different f-stop settings. And I'm going to go take pictures of the plants and the flowers. So at least I'll have something to shoot at in the neighborhood. I don't have to go far. Luke S is here. That's great. And but yeah, it's most of the flowers in the people's yards or whatnot are pretty much deceased at this point in time. They're not looking too good. But what do you guys? The guys on the panel here? Have you guys been able to get out and shoot it all? I'm sure. Obviously, Gustavo probably has about 5,000 touristy shots.
Yes.
Roy, did you get out at all, or Randall?
I tried. I come across this really funny bee. It was blue. You ever seen a blue bee before?
A blue bee?
Blue stripes? No. Really weird thing. I'll try and get a picture for it for next time.
Okay.
Was it black stripes or blue stripes?
I think blue stripes. No yellow on it at all.
Huh. That's weird.
Yeah.
It's trying to sneak by me, I think.
It's Australian.
2,500.
Yeah. Well, Australian bees have to be different.
They do. Individuality.
We got a treat for everyone tonight once we get a few more people in. John Ishii had sent me a couple of images that he took. If you guys remember, last Saturday night, he was only here for a short period of time because he had called like a Hollywood lighting type photo shoot. He had an opportunity, him and his wife and one other person, got to meet with a professional photographer that he knows in terms of trying Hollywood lighting techniques, black and white photography. And so he sent me a couple images that he took during that exercise. And hello to Greg Wilson and Rakesh. And so I will share those two images that he sent. And then he sent me more later on that are going to be saved for next week's photo review. And speaking of next week's photo review, right now we have 36 images, excluding mine. We have 36 images right now. You've got one more week to send in some images. So let's try to bump it up to at least get it up to 50 would be nice. So hopefully those of you that haven't had a chance yet can rummage through your files and find some old stuff if you haven't had time to shoot, and send us in a few images for the show. And I will put the reminder up here in a second so that everybody knows. Everybody should know the deal by now. It's pretty much ingrained in everybody's brain here. So the November 2nd is the photo review. Send them in by November 1st, 12 p.m. Eastern time on November 1st, which is Friday, your next Friday. And don't fret too much about the image size. If you could stick to what's listed there, that's fine. But if you got something that really shouts, I need to be a little more detail on it, then feel free to send it. I'm not going to throw it out or anything. So that'll be next Saturday will be the photo review. So we got a couple images from John, and then his wife Diana was nice enough to send me an email during the course of the week and sent me a handful of images from their trip to Futek, which John shared the image of Diana last week with all the firecracker explosions and smoke in the air, and she's wearing goggles, and she's got, a mask with a filter on it, so she could breathe, and it looks like something out of a science fiction movie. But she sent me some more images that she took with her Fujifilm GFX 100 Mark II S medium format camera, which she had stated that when she was trying to take the images, she was having a difficult time because of all the smoke. So the camera was having a hard time focusing. But when you see her shots, she may have had a hard time, but every shot I'm sure wasn't a keeper, but the one she sent me, I think everybody's going to enjoy it, and we're going to start the show with those images in a few minutes when we get a few more people in here. Other things that we will talk about is I don't know if it was last week or the week before, I talked about the Viltrox 16 millimeter f1.8 Z mount lens that came out, and talked how many content creators had reviewed it and really liked the lens. Well, it just got reviewed by Photography Life. I respect Spencer Cox is usually one of the people that does lens reviews for them, and he reviewed that lens. And so I took excerpts from his commentary on that lens that I'll share with everybody, because it seems to be, really, really good, really good for the money, really good for the money. But I'll let his words speak for themselves. A lot of rumor stuff to talk about from all the brands, a lot with Nikon. I am going to do talk about the Nikon F3 AF, which Roy might remember that camera, and then it'll kind of digress into a discussion on the other F3 models as well. So I thought it would be interesting to talk about those a little bit. Us old timers remember those cameras. I'm still looking to get one at some point, but I haven't pulled the shutter yet to do so. And Gustavo, once he catches his breath and maybe takes a little cat nap during the show, when he wakes up, he might be able to talk a little bit about Japan. And then we have Noah here. Noah is laying down near Chuck. So passed out or chewing on his cables or something. So if we lose the video feed, we'll know the cat got hungry and chewed the cable. So we got 23 in here now. Let me see who else who's in here that I have missed. I did mention Rakesh and Long Rider's in here now. That's great. And Jeff and Leslie. Oh, gee, yeah. You know what? Unfortunately, we all have to go through this. Long day dealing with aging parents, mother with dementia. One of those days. Yeah, that's what they call. We're in that sandwich generation, right? Where we're getting squeezed from both sides, and it's not fun. Not fun at all. But hang in there. All you could do is the best you could do. Who else do we have in here? And Lynn is in here. Hello, Lynn. So I guess I'll get going. I'll bring up let me bring up Diana's images here. And unfortunately, she's not in the chat here to talk about them. So it's just going to be me showing them.
Oh, man.
And so let me make this get a little bit bigger. So this is her first shot, and like I said, this is with her Fuji GFX, and they really got into thick of things. I mean, you talk about both of them being very, very, they're very, very skilled. They're very, very brave. They risk their gear, no doubt about that.
Wow.
But they captured the event between the two of them wonderfully, and so these are Diana's shots. And then you're going to get to see how she covered up her camera with tape, because she mentioned they both covered up their cameras with tape to try to protect it from all the stuff that was smoke and debris and everything that was all around them. And so we will switch to the next image here.
Jesus Christ.
I mean, this is like crazy stuff, I mean, you could just see pieces of the paper from the fireworks and everything else they were shooting off, just flying in the air. And a lot of them, some of them aren't wearing any protection at all. Some of them just have a bandana across their nose. Others are wearing goggles and have filtration masks on their face or whatever. So everybody has something different, but there's actually some people that have nothing at all, which totally shocks the heck out of me. I mean, and it's really hard to, the image that you're seeing on your screen, even though we got the 1080 now, we got the high def. I'll tell you, when you see this image,
It's gorgeous.
when I opened up this image on my computer, and the detail with the glowing embers or off of this stuff that's flying in the air, the detail in that was phenomenal. I mean, it gets lost going through everything here with the streaming technology or whatever. You're not going to get the same quality as opening up the file that somebody sends you, but all I can say is as good as they look to you on the screen, they're multiple times better when you look at the actual file that she sent. And talk about, look how close those flames are to the person's feet. I mean, I think I'd be hopping around a little bit quicker. But Now here's how she taped up her camera, and of course this is before she peeled the tape off, so you could see all the particulates and stuff laying on top of the tape, and of course you can't tape up everything because you still have to be able to push the shutter button. You still got to be able to change settings. You got to be able to use if you're using back button autofocus, you're going to leave that button untaped. And and then if you tape the buttons, you may end up taping them so they're turned on, so you might not want that. So you're not taping up everything on the camera, but she did the best she could. And then when she took the tape off, and I'm sure did a little quick wiping, the camera did come back to life and look pretty good here. All after all was said and done, which is kind of a surprise considering what you saw in those images.
Wow.
What is the 23 millimeter?
What's that?
What's a 23 millimeter from medium format to 35? It
would that be what, times 0.5, Roy? Would it be like a 50?
Yes, it is. I had the microphone off.
Okay. It'd be like 50.
Okay.
But a lens doesn't change for sensor size. Only the field of view does.
Yeah.
Wow.
Depth of field and everything else remains the same.
But that's a good trick to tape it with that gaffer tape.
Yeah, I'll tell you that I would not. I don't know that I'd be so brave with my gear as they were. That's for sure. I'd be a chicken. You know what? I don't think I'd be able to do it.
Well, I think Diana and John stick to the. Hey, if you have your gear, use it. It's not to be collecting dust. It's to be collecting photos.
So what I'm going to share with you now is we're going to totally change to a different universe that we just saw, and we'll look at a couple of the black and white images of the model that John took when he went to that seminar, with a professional photographer that he knew that was doing old-fashioned Hollywood lighting. And you'll see a lot more of these images next week for the photo review, but I'll send you the first two that he sent me.
They're beautiful.
Was that his Hasselblad or what did he use?
I'm not sure what he used. He didn't actually tell me.
He's in the chat, so he will tell us.
Is he in the chat? Okay.
Yeah. This is a great photo. I saw the one from Diana in her Instagram and recognized that that's part of this class they attended.
Yeah, and then he sent one. Like I said, he sent others as well, but I'm only going to share the two that he sent because then the rest of them he sent were for the photo review. So these will whet your appetite, and then you'll see, you'll see quite a few more next week.
I'm glad that John, he said that he's using 9 lights.
Oh, and the Z8. And the Z8.
Yeah. Wow.
24 to 120. Okay.
Okay. I'll tell you that 24 to 120, man. I think that's. I think if people had to pick a lens that they're not going to sell or get rid of, that would probably be it.
Agreed.
I know I won't part with mine. It's not going to happen.
It's the versatility of the lens. That's well, I talk a little bit later on what I took to Japan, but guarantee you that was the main lens when I was walking around, correct?
Yeah, and so that's the two I'm going to share that John sent me earlier in the week, and thank both John and Diana for their early non-photo review photos that we got to enjoy to start off the show. which is wonderful. I never complain about showing photos on off weeks by any means, because we all get enjoyment out of it no matter when we see them. So Jeff and Leslie just said they sent a couple photos for next week's review. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. And Roy, what's this question's related to here? Let me put it up here.
Z8 or Z9?
From Greg Wilson.
Oh, I mean from Greg. I put up the wrong one here.
What? He's talking about the Z8 or Z9 for video. I don't do a lot of video, but both are pretty good for video.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to have, unless you have to unless you have to shoot 8K for some reason. If you're shooting 4K, they're both going to do 4K just as well as each other. So same sensor size and everything. And the only thing is, you can't do 6K with you can't do 6K with the Z9, and you can't do 8K with the with the Z8. So
the only real issue, as we know, is the heat dissipation. Obviously, the bigger camera,
heat dissipation and battery size, and your battery size.
That's where the Z9 comes into its own. If you need a camera to run for hours, the Z9's better.
Yeah.
Hey, John, that's not an excuse. I have it working here in another TV. You can do two things at a time.
You're being asked the question, Chuck, because you teased us.
I already answered it.
No, not yet. Okay.
No, I did. Yeah.
Okay. I agree with this. I mean, the Z9 has 8K. That's great, but I'll never shoot 8K. I just have. I am not going to have to buy any more external drives to store files.
Shrink it down and save it.
It's like, David, I guess he must have disconnected or whatever. I don't see him.
Yeah, he was having problem with
having problem. Yeah, David's got computer equipment that outdoes many companies. Believe you me, he has stuff that is like it's just insane in terms of storage capacity and NAS drives and redundancy after redundancy. I mean, and that guy could like power a business, no problem with what he has set up. And but I don't want to get to that point, and I can't afford to get to that point. So
the upkeep's the expense, not the initial cost.
Yeah. But I will just I'll share. Let's see the information from the Viltrox review from Photography Life, which as I mentioned a little bit earlier, I talked about it maybe a couple weeks ago. Let me get rid of the comment here. This lens is drawing a lot of interest because obviously when it comes to a fixed lens, Nikon doesn't have anything wider than the 20 millimeter f1.8 right now.
Very selective.
You've got the 14 to 30 f4. You've got the 14 to 24. So you've got some zooms with lower end focal lengths to have a wider view, but you don't have anything that is a prime that's below 20 millimeters right now. So some people are getting tired of waiting. They're looking at other options. They're looking at third-party lenses. And the lens sells for $580. Now, I'm going to go over the pros and cons and some additional comments that Spencer Cox made from Photography Life. So I'm going to give credit where credit is due. These are his comments. They are not my comments. Okay, John is back in the green room again, so I will bring him in. I mean, David is, sorry. Getting my people messed up here. So, hello, David.
Hello.
And let me move through this quickly, and then we'll see what you're up to. So this is Spencer's words here. He says he went into this review expecting that 16 millimeter f1.8 to be a little better than the other Viltrox lenses that he has tested in the past. And he says his expectations were far surpassed. He says this isn't just a good lens for Viltrox, but actually one of the best ultra-wide lenses that he's tested. He says he wouldn't quite put it at the level of the Nikon Z20 millimeter f1.8 S or the Sony FE 20 millimeter f1.8 G. He says, but it's remarkably close, especially for the price of $580. He came away very impressed. So he says, are there any flaws with this lens? And he says, well, vignetting is on the high side. It doesn't fully subside when you stop it down, but it's still within a correctable range. And he says, that's really it. He says, you could quibble about the lens's size and weight, or perhaps the corner sharpness isn't as unusually good as the center. I mean, they're saying the center sharpness on this lens is like to die for. And the corners are fantastic too. They're just not the same numbers as the center. But he says that would be a stretch if you want to complain about that. And he says, by any typical measure, this is a great lens and one that he can highly recommend. So the pros were very sharp lens with minimal coma when he took some astrophotography shots. The stars in the corners of the image were not flared out, and they looked fine. Only the larger stars might have had a little bit of coma, but it was very well controlled. Minimal flare and ghosting, even when the sun is in the frame. There's great build quality with weather sealing and no external moving parts. Advanced handling features like declickable aperture ring. So if you don't want to hear the clicking because you're doing video, you can flip a switch and you don't hear the clicking sound anymore. It has 2 function buttons and an electronic display. And the cons, he said, is that it's slightly larger and heavier than similar lenses. Vignetting is pretty high, wide open, and remains visible after stopping down. And he says occasional, what he called line type flare. If you have the sun that is just outside the frame of your shot, flare from the sun, you might actually see some of that flaring in the image. But when you're shooting like right at the sun, he says it's fine. He says in the rare case that distortion needs correcting, not all major software has a profile for that lens. But if you use Lightroom does have a profile for that lens. And he finishes up by saying the pros definitely outweigh the cons. And the biggest pro of all is the price at $580. He says perhaps the best value you'll find today for an ultra wide lens. It is more than $1,000 cheaper than the Sony 14 millimeter f1.8 GM, yet on a very similar level optically. And he says, and Nikon shooters don't even have a competing lens yet, so the Viltrox is almost a no-brainer if you need an ultra wide prime for the Z system. He says, I give a lot of props to Viltrox for that lens. They've turned their reputation around in my mind. And if they continue to release lenses that are at this level, they will be seen as a serious third-party alternative akin to Sigma and Tamron. So he says, if you want a great ultra-wide prime for an excellent price, look no further than that lens. So that's a pretty... And they not only do they take a lot of sample images, but they go through the actual testing and graphs and everything that you see on other very serious lens comparisons. That if you want to look at the if there's any distortion, you can look at all the graphs that they have showing that, and you really don't see anything. So it's a very, very interesting lens and very extremely cost competitive. So, and that's that. But I wanted to share that with everybody because sometimes Sometimes you get a surprise with something that you think because of the price, it might be a piece of junk. And once in a while you do get a surprise out there. And apparently this is one of them. Let me get to the David. Since now that I stopped blabbing about that, what's going on with you, sir?
Well, we were out today, heading west towards those hills out there, and we only saw one mountain today. My definition of a mountain is if there's trees growing on it on the top, it is not a mountain. So we didn't.
What do you call that then? A hill with trees?
Well, a higher feature.
Yeah.
But we had a good day. We saw 2 horses and 6 deer, and
Wild horses.
yeah, these are wild horses. The other horses don't count.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So, David, what do you think about that lens that Jeff was just describing?
It sounds interesting, except I've got 3 Laowa lenses right now. I got a 10, 12, and a 15. And I'm, as much as I shoot the Aurora, it takes a long time to get your money's worth out of them. You know, and it's like I'm like that. I wait until my shot per lens gets down around 10 cents before I look at replacing it. And you know, but and it'll take a while because I just well, I use it, but I'm not using it that much, you know. And it's nice to have options. Anita is thinking about that, but because she doesn't have anything in that range. But till you get out and use it. But my 12 and 15 millimeter Laowas, the 12 is F mount, the 15 is Z mount, and they're manual, which I really like on the Zs because when you turn a Z camera off and turn it back on, the focus shifts. But
Not on the 6, no.
well, Nita says not on the 6, but on mine it does. Yeah.
Well, when you mentioned the wild horses, I was going to make a comment that I remember you saying at one point in time that Anita is the horse whisperer and gets very, very close to those wild horses quite often.
Yeah, and she's here. You can see her on the corner of the frame or the chair.
You can
moving.
see my rocking chair. My
Your
hand.
rocking chair.
Yeah, but anyway, it's I have and until I realized what was happening, even though you've got your Z mount glass on manual, with an automatic lens, the focus was still changing, and so you got to refocus every time.
Focus by wire. The
Even
problem's the
if you
focus
put
by
it in
wire.
manual, Jeff, David.
Yeah, even if you have the camera in manual focus and the lens in manual focus, the focus still changes.
Wow. Okay.
I'm supposed to have fixed that with the Z8 and Z9.
Well, they didn't on mine yet. You know, and I got the latest firmware. You know, so anyway, and the easy way to fix that is to get a manual lens.
I love manual lenses.
Yeah. Yes, Chuck.
They were even on the new people.
Oh, okay.
We're recognizing the new people coming in. Greg has popped in, and Fel has popped in, and Greg, I liked your comment. Good evening, humans, because I have a saying that I use that my wife just shakes her head when I say it. If we're in the car driving, and let's say somebody cuts me off or does something foolish, I always look at her and I shake my head and I go, I just say one word. I just say humans. That's all I say with like a level of disgust. I just say humans. So yes, you can say hello to us humans that are hopefully a little nicer on this show.
But my 10 millimeter Laowa is Z mount and it's automatic. And the close focus distance is that close that if you have a filter on the front of your lens, which you will accept a filter, you can almost touch the filter and have between that and infinity in focus.
Wow.
So a lot, yeah. And I walked around with the 12 millimeter and set it at f5.6 and not worry about focus at all.
What's the I forget now. What's the price point on the Laowa 10 millimeter?
A little over 1,000 Canadian, which would be about 700 and something American.
7 something US.
Yeah. But it is a pretty good lens, you know, like it for the price and there's nothing else around there, and there's no barrel distortion, which I'm really surprised because my 8 to 15, well, it all looks like a barrel at 10, you know, and when you're at 8, everything is circular, and with it, you don't have to worry about shooting your feet unless you aim it down a little bit, you know. But with the 8 to 15, you got to make sure you don't get the feet in the picture.
Well, you don't. Yeah, that's true. I'm not going to say what popped in my head though initially.
Well, it's that too, you know.
Yes, you have to worry about sometimes something else that you don't want in the picture with the ones like that.
Please wear pants.
Yeah, Greg Gustavo. I don't know if you saw your note. He still has the 800 PF along with the 600 TC.
Rakesh is saying $7.99.
It's hard to get bad lens or bad camera these days.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, people really don't have. I mean, there's always something that we might like different or wish there was one other thing on a camera that we have, or like Gustavo and I anyway always say we want the pre-capture in RAW, you know. God knows when we'll ever see that. We may never see that, but there's always something that you want. But I mean, we really, when you look back on what you used when you were in your youth, you really realize that things have changed leaps and bounds since those days.
Well, the thing with the 8 and the 9 writing to the CF Express cards, it is you don't have to worry about your buffer and running out, you know, and so that you can just start shooting early and hold the trigger down, and hopefully the bird moves within the next 5 seconds before you get 100 frames down, you know.
A lot of the new cheaper CF Express cards aren't as fast anymore, I notice. They're making them cheaper and slower.
But
they're more for video, if anything, now.
Yeah,
I think.
But the version 4 are faster, and your camera will handle it, and they're cheaper too.
Yes.
Still get me faster than an SD card.
Yeah, it's funny when I pop an SD card in my reader, you know, and I might have just a couple hundred photos in there or whatever. I swear I stick it in the reader and I suck it in the Lightroom and I blink my eyes and I hear ding and it's already done. It's like it's so fast. Space People's here. Hello, hello, hello. Greg's saying he doesn't understand how the pre-capture works. Well, what the pre-capture is doing, basically, if you have the shutter pushed halfway down, it's already capturing some images before you push the shutter all the way down. You just don't know it. And that's what it's doing. And so it's that's how they work it. You're so that way, if you're trying to get that perfect image of the eagle flying off the branch, and you're always before they had that feature, you're sitting there trying to anticipate exactly when it's going to jump off the branch, and 98.9% of the time you're going to guess wrong. If you can push that shutter, you could push that button down a little bit sooner, and you're going to get a handful of frames before you hit the actual shutter completely down, and you will probably capture the image that you've always missed before. But the only hiccup is it'll only work with JPEG files.
Yeah.
That's the
For pre-capture, but I think Greg, right, the nature of the question was also alluding to auto capture.
auto capture is a whole different thing, because that can be based on movement in different directions.
Exactly.
Horizontal, vertical. There's a lot of different nuances with how you use that. And Gustavo has used it many times. I think David's tried it, and David will be trying it, because he's going to have some great birds to shoot next year, because he got permission to build a nesting area for some birds of prey. So he's going to be able to set up and try to get some of those images when they have their young next year.
Yeah, we bought the materials yesterday, and we did a rough assembly, and then I had it screwed together, so then I had to take it apart so it'll fit in my truck. And I'm going to get it to Calgary on Monday and get it painted, give it a couple of coats of paint. Then I'm going to install it as high up on the wall as I can. It'll make it about 170 feet above ground level or so. And it's and I've got a place that I can set up my camera and use auto capture and be able to see in. And it's the roof. Go ahead.
David, you may consider, we have some questions from Space PPL, Jeff, that you may want to consider answering.
Yeah. Well,
let me suggest something. When you look at the questions,
yeah,
I ask questions to David here.
I'm trying to follow him, because I don't use Apple Photos. I have Apple gear, but I don't use Apple Photos. So I probably not much of be able to give him much of an answer. But he's saying that he uses Apple Photos, but hardly ever uses a laptop. But he says, let me go to his next one. It will not import the photos. He says he puts the card in, he can see the thumbnails, but when he hits the import button, nothing happens. So I don't know if anybody out there. Okay, somebody else put in a comment here. Jeff and Leslie, if the Photos apps on your Mac is open, choose Photos, quit Photos, press Option Command, and click the Photos icon in the Applications folder, or Option Command, click the Photos option. And he says this will rebuild your database. That seems to fix a lot of Photos problems. Okay. All right. And then he thanks them. So hopefully that takes care of it. Like I said, I've never used Apple Photos. In the old days, I think I had. I'm trying to think. Yeah, they used to have that. They had that software program called Aperture, and I used to use Aperture many years ago. and then I also used the free software that Nikon had when I had a Nikon camera, which I keep telling myself I'm going to download on my computer, and I still haven't done it. So a year from now, I'll still say, yeah, I've been thinking about downloading that software, but I still haven't done it.
So let me make a comment here to David, since he's in this project, and a suggestion. Okay? If I were building a nest for a raptor, and one that I would put a camera on it, a video camera that you can monitor. Okay, because
Yeah, currently I don't have access to power.
yeah,
would-
even if it's out of range, and I tell you, it comes. Some of these ideas come from this recent visit to Japan, even if it's out of range, right? That don't cell phone or something, it's worthwhile putting a camera. I visited a bear sanctuary in Japan. Didn't get that many pictures, but it was a wonderful walk through the forest, right? And I noticed that in all the next boxes, these uh, uh, were installed with cameras because I saw a cable coming out of the next box. And then at the bottom of the tree, there was a little video connect, the red and yellow prawn. Okay? And then when I went to talk to the naturalist and the park ranger, it was a national park, I said, hey, I saw a couple of track cameras. And he said, yes, that's for the bears. And then I noticed also that you have some of the next boxes with little cable coming out. Is this for a video connection? And he told me yes. So you can do something like that, but get a relatively durable, quick webcam and get it installed. And then you don't have to disturb the birds. You just connect to the cable and see what the hell is going on in the next box. I may try myself next spring. If you put a next box, and I mean now these tiny cameras that you can install, correct?
Yeah, I'll consider that. Oh, that is on my list for next year.
Okay.
It's I want to get the raptors in the nest. Well,
Yeah.
actually, I'm
Yeah.
25, and then if everything works great, that's a 26 project.
The thing is that if they get used to that nest, right? A lot of the raptors are now, well, not the owls. They are they show high fidelity towards the nest side. You don't want to disrupt it afterwards. So anyway, consider it, David. It's just a suggestion.
Yep. No, like I'm going to consider that because
And it doesn't have to be neither expensive nor sophisticated. Actually, probably like in many things in life, simpler work better.
yeah.
Yeah, but you don't want to scare David if he's watching the video footage and he sees these talons coming at the camera. I got like a horror movie.
Yeah. So you have Diana there commenting. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Diana. Yeah, I mean, see, you got me too excited when you sent them, so I showed them tonight. I misrepresented misread your commentary, I guess. So, but you could always send me more for next week if you have them.
They were wonderful.
I know I'm pushing it now because you guys already sent me some. So, but yeah, wonderful job with those images, and I know you commented on having autofocus difficulties with the smoke and stuff with the Fuji, but as I was saying that you, as usual, you managed to work around it and get some wonderful shots as usual. So I give you credit. I mean that. Now you guys, I think you've probably gone there, done that at least twice, that I'm aware of. Maybe have you gone there more than 2 times, or has it been the second time that you were there? Just asking.
I think we got the 20-second delay.
20-second delay.
The typing
Yeah.
delay.
The Yeah, I'm not really any help for space people's problem here, unfortunately. So I'm counting on those of you in the chat that have used the iPhoto option on the Mac, because it's not something I ever really got into using. So
Now, when you get a Mac OS, you have to reset the security functions too. And then they have a new acceptance to cloud. That can cause some things, some problems. So every time I have to go through this updates, it affects my computer. So I'll have to select it says yes, I agree, or something. I hate it. But,
yeah, Diana just confirmed that they've been there twice. So okay. So now my follow-up question to that is, will you go back a third time, or have you had enough?
Yeah.
like,
I'll talk about some stuff in Nikon rumors here. There's an ebook that got released that's titled the Nikon Z6 III Experience, the Still Photography Guide to Operation and Image Creation with the Nikon Z6 III by Douglas J. Klosterman. It's $24.99 at Amazon if you have an interest in an ebook. Nikon Rumors also has the results and images from the 2024 Nikon Small World Photo Awards and the winners that were announced, and the images are there. And those are weird images, man. They're neat, but you're talking microscopic stuff, and if they didn't tell you what it was, you're not going to figure out what it is. There's no way. They have to tell you what it is. There's a new camera registered in Asia, N2323, and latest rumors from Nikon Rumors suggest 2 new camera bodies in the next few weeks or months, and they're hanging on to their original assumption that it would be a Z50 replacement, Z50 Mark II, a Coolpix P1000 replacement, and of course, supposedly, because they've talked about it before, there's supposed to be a rumored Nikkor 28-135 power zoom cinema lens as well that we haven't seen yet, and the Z 35mm f1.2 S lens has still not come out yet, which they have said in the past that yes, that 1.2 lens is coming out. So they'll have plenty of 35 millimeter choices for you. And as of the 24th, as of 2 days ago, Nikon UK has a placeholder for a new camera on their website. So they're saying we should see something soon, because they have a spot for one more camera than they show on their website. So obviously something is en route, and we don't know what that something is. Just assuming the Z50 Mark II, more than likely. There's a new Instapack anti-theft backpack for photographers listed for funding on Kickstarter. So I've never heard of that brand. I don't know if it's good, bad, or indifferent, to be honest with you. But you can get that information and see what it looks like on Nikon Rumors. And then there are also other projects that you can still do some late pledges on. And I looked at, they had some links for some of these other projects. And I clicked on the one link, and I'm not going to remember the name of it now, but it was some really fancy and new. It had like the plus sign, like keypad control that you had on an old Nintendo, Game Boy or something, and it was a light meter that was coming out that looked really, really good. And I clicked on the link and it wouldn't get there, so I went into Kickstarter, looked up Kickstarter itself, and found that item, and because it looked really, really interesting. But then when I saw that it was $600, I think over $600, I said, well, I'm not $600 interested. If it was a couple $100, or I would be interested, but not $600. I'm not interested. I've got a couple other light meters, old Minolta light meters that still work very well. So one of them measures flashes as well. So I'll just stick with those. They still work. Seven Artisans is going to announce a 10mm f2.8 version 2 full frame fisheye lens for the Z mount for $278. And the differences between the version 2 and the original is it's a slightly wider angle lens than the old one, because it in terms of viewing angle, it now reaches 185 degrees. It's got a new design. It says it produces sharper images, so it works better with higher megapixel, higher resolution sensors, 40 megapixel cameras, and it has fluorescent scales on it. So that's some of the differences between the version 2 and the original version. And let's see. Financial Times had an article titled "Nikon Seeks to Diversify Beyond Cameras and Chips Amid Geopolitical Tensions." It says Japanese companies' chip-making equipment has escaped U.S. export restrictions to China, but the situation is volatile, says the chief from Nikon. And so I guess they're just figuring that they're going to start getting kiboshed by the U.S. here on taxes or something, or penalties. Nikon Corp's P/E, which means profit to earnings ratio, is still on the mark following a 26% share price bounce. And I looked up to see what P/E, a little bit more descriptive of it. It says the price to earnings, P/E ratio, measures a company's share price relative to its earnings per share, often called the price or earnings multiple. The PE ratio helps assess the relative value of a company's stock. It's handy for comparing a company's valuation against its historical performance against other firms within its industry or the overall market. So that's what that terminology is all about. There was also a new interview with Nikon at the 2024 photo show, and they state the Z6 III is more like the little brother of the Z8 rather than a direct successor to the Z6 II. And unfortunately, when I clicked on the link to read the interview, it's all in French, so it didn't do me any good because I can't read French, nor can I speak French, nor do I want to try to speak French. Now this is coming up, so we haven't hit this date yet. There's a free Nikon Z getting started class on November 2nd at 9 a.m. Pacific time. It's through the Creative Photo Academy, which is tied in with Paul's Photo in California. You can register via a link on Nikon Rumors, and you can sign up. It doesn't cost you anything. You just have to register that so they have an idea of how many people they're going to have to entertain. But that's cool. So if you're new with a Z camera, like I said, you got a getting started class on November 2nd, 9 a.m. Pacific time. Go to Paul's Photo, and you can register, I'm sure, on their website, but you can also register via a link on Nikon Rumors as well. And there's also a link to the Nikon film and photo contest. Now, this was brought up last week where they said they were accepting stuff, and when I looked into it, they really weren't. But now there is more information. We'll link directly to the Nikon film and photo contest through Nikon, the 2024 to 2025 website. A lot more information that was on there last week, and you can go in there and get more information on that if you want to enter a photo contest through Nikon. And the Nikon imaging cloud maintenance is completed, and they just said, here's what's new. Image transfers to Google Drive and Google Photos are now available. Imaging recipes, new recipes from Luna, Atlantis, Lynx, MediaStorm, and Hana Turkestan have been added. No word on any other cameras working other than the Z6 III. And then this morning when I looked on Nikon Rumors, apparently there's some fake stuff going on out there where somebody's saying that, Nikon is the imaging cloud capability is now available for other Nikon cameras. And they showed a picture where it said supported cameras, and it showed, the Z6 III, I think it had the Z8, the Z9. But if you go to Nikon's link, it only shows the Z6 III. So somebody is putting false information out there, implying that more cameras are tied in with the Nikon imaging cloud and the ability to pull in imaging recipes and stuff like that. Right now, it is only for the Z6 III. So be careful what you see out there, because there's somebody out there creating false, fake news, as they say. Today as well, they announced that there are new Nikon rebates in Europe, and that Nikon USA is going to follow up with some more lens rebates on Nikon this coming week. And they said expect the Z8 to be $500 off again for those of you that are thinking about a Z8. And something Chuck mentioned on a previous show is, it's kind of mind-blowing how many sales they've had, like nonstop for a long time. I mean, they finish a sale and maybe there's a 1 week break, and then they call it something else and there's a sale again. So I don't know. It's a lot of sales.
So let's ask Chuck here. Chuck, since you are our oracle, so what do you think of the cameras that are coming? C5, C7, 3. What is your crystal ball tells you?
I really don't know. Me looking at, I want to see the Z9 II to come out, but I don't think we're going to see that for a year. But I don't know. I don't. The only thing we have would be the Z7 or 3.
Yes.
So, but I don't know. I don't know if they're gonna review that or something.
Okay.
Hey, I would just thinking somebody seen the newer microphones, or like the
video mics,
the little yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
About $130, and they're at the size of 1/4, and they little slip on with little magnet behind it.
Oh, right. And who made those, Chuck?
Newer. No,
Newer.
no, wait a minute. I'm sorry. It's what's the? I can't remember who it's for, but they're the video feed, whatever. Anyway, it's a good company, and it looks like they're real good for the the price.
Wow. I missed that one.
Yeah.
I mean, I think Joey has used stuff like that on some of his on some of those movie clips that he's been doing, whether it be at the barbershop scene that he did or his latest video with the gentleman that's building tube amplifiers for guitars. And he had clip-on mics on those people that he's using when he's doing his videos, and they're coming out. The videos are. I don't know if he's still in the chat or not. He said he wouldn't be here that long or whatever, but I commented he's been doing a great job. And if you haven't watched, even if you're not into tube amplifiers, Joey does. It's a good story. It's interesting, and then he had another video that he came out with after he did that topic on how he did that video. Yeah. And he's taking the stuff out of the trunk of his car and saying, I used this and I borrowed got this lighting from the camera store that I used and so on and so forth. And good stuff. Good stuff.
Very professional. Very professional.
All right. So I want a couple of things I want to say. One, just because Jedgery isn't gonna be, he wants to, I don't know what you get going at Jeffrey, but I know you're gonna leave Ernie or as a whatever. No matter what, this show will go on. Okay. If I have to, God.
Daddy, attention, please.
A gigantic cat just hogged the screen here.
Yeah. If I have to see me, hang on. If I don't do anything but open the
Writing.
Yeah. I'll open this up and have people in the chat to talk about it. Okay.
Okay. That's an option.
Yeah. But I mean, I know my chat is kind of but I could sneeze a few words, but it's going to go on, okay? And so no matter what, we'll
find a way.
That's right.
I think we're going to hear meow, meow, meow.
Yeah.
Right.
No, just so everybody knows they're out in the chat and everything is there has been communication between myself and the other people that come on the panel, and I recently sent them just some things to think about, and for them to kind of, not that anything I say is worth 5 cents, but I just threw out some stuff, and everybody on the panel will throw out some more stuff, and then in the middle of February, once we get past all the election brouhaha and all that's done and everything's calmed down a little bit, and then we're gonna have I'll send out a restream invite to everybody on the panel, and we're gonna have a discussion, and the discussion is gonna be centered around you know, how to make sure that there is a place for people to come to watch the show, and
Yeah, just
and then that'll be discussed, and then we come on as we come up with ideas or come up with what's going to happen, even if it's just short term. We'll share it with everybody as soon as we come to some kind of a,
And
agreement.
it's not Jeff. We just put the pets, of each of us there, and then let them be in front of the camera for half an hour. That probably have more viewers than
Put
any of
the
us.
animals on the screen, and then we'll do voiceovers for the animals.
yeah.
Exactly.
It's gonna happen though. So I just don't. Nobody has to worry about it. Okay.
Exactly. I agree, Chuck.
We don't want everybody freaking out. I'm sure it's everything. Life will be fine. It'll be a little different, but it'll be fine. The earth will continue to spin. Do not worry.
That's right.
Well, maybe next year in the summer I could have 1 hour live streams from my raptor's nest.
Oh, that would be great. If you install that video camera in the nest.
Yeah.
It's not going to be the first, the second year, because I want to get the raptors in there first.
We're gonna have Anita film him putting the camera in the nest as he's getting attacked by the raptors while he's trying to put the camera around the nest. And Albert's in the house, so hello, Albert. Thanks for coming on at the end of the show last week and providing some entertainment for us. That was great. We appreciate you taking the time out to do that. I know you've got a lot of things going on, right? So, and some stuff you have, as Jeff and Leslie's going through, some stuff you have no control over that occupies your time, but is something that you need to do. And we've all either been there or will be there sooner than we want to be ourselves. So it's just the way life goes, right?
It might be nice to have a tour of Albert's shop where he manufactures all of this stuff too. Because that'd be different.
The last thing I had for Nikon rumors, and it applied to, I believe, Sony rumors too, because I guess they're going to have it come out in the Sony mount and the Nikon mount, and maybe other mounts. I don't know. Is the Sue Aurora 85mm f1.4 for the Z mount got officially announced. It's $599. But if you go and you order it from Amazon, you can click on a $100 coupon, take $100 off of that, and get it for $499. So once again, not enough information on that lens where I know what the quality level of it is. So I am not going to say go out and buy it, but I'm just letting you know it's out there, that it's $100 off on Amazon. I don't know if it's $100 off if you buy it through B&H or Adorama or anybody else, but they specifically called out Amazon as having, and I did go on Amazon and see if it's there, and there is a little box you could check to get $100 off. And I guess
let me ask you a question, Jeff. Since I was traveling and I didn't have a chance to get too much into the details. So what is this issue that I saw in Nikon rumors about update on the NEF codecs? Do you guys know what that means to us? Or?
No, I don't remember seeing that.
It's something with it had to do with the format on the NEF files, or?
All I know is with the Nikon Studio, they had it disabled when the Z6 III came out, but now you're ready to view the raw files. And that's all I know.
Okay.
So
I didn't hear anything about the NEF file being doctored up or changed per se. Some stuff relative to software. I don't really talk a lot about that when the Nikon rumors gets into DxO version, blah, blah, blah. And it's just, because we'd be talking for 2 hours just reading. I don't want to read off everything from Nikon rumors, just some of the high points. And but there's always software changes going on, and I think there was something relative to either adding a compatibility of the Z6 III with a certain Nikon software package that it didn't work before. But I don't recall seeing anything specific about any changes to the actual NEF file format at all. But I could be wrong, but I didn't see anything like that. I was going to talk about the Nikon camera here, but I'm going to skip it because I'd like Roy to be here, and I know he's probably doing some stuff right now to help his wife out, and so I'll talk about that later. Let's see. We've got. Do we have any conversation? Are we missing any conversations in the chat before I start looking through my cheat sheet? I just want to make sure that we're not skipping over anybody. Fel's wondering if the 35 1.4 Nikon is a rebrand of the Tamron 35 1.4. That's a good question. I don't recall anybody saying that that's the case, but that doesn't mean it's not, because they like to keep their mouth kind of shut on some of that stuff sometime and not share that information. So there's a chance that it is, but even with the Tamron lenses that people will say, well, that's in some cases, that it's a Tamron lens. It has the Nikon name on it, and it was made by Tamron. But then, the Nikon is very quick to point out that it isn't just a Tamron lens with a Nikon name on it. That lens is built. Tamron is being given information because they're partnering, or Nikon is partnering with them. So it isn't like they're trying to figure out how they're not reverse engineering stuff to create a Tamron lens that works with a Nikon, because Nikon is working with them jointly and giving them information. So there is Nikon technology, and I'm sure in some cases some of the parts might be a little bit better quality or something, on ones that have the Nikon name on it or whatnot. That's not unheard of that they do stuff like that. So they aren't necessarily apples to apples. They might be 90% of what the Nikon version would be, but they aren't necessarily exactly the same.
The big thing, no matter who makes it, it's made to Nikon specifications.
Yeah. If you're, that's the difference between right now a Tamron and a 7 Artisans or something. There's no wheeling and dealing with these Chinese lens manufacturers with Nikon right now, where they're getting a heads up or a working relationship with Nikon. They're just trying to reverse engineer and come out with something that works with the camera, whereas Tamron is in bed with Nikon to a certain extent, and so that they're in a much better position to give you a better quality product.
Yeah. Just one comment here for Chuck. Remember, Chuck, you always speculated that if the guys from Sony, Nikon, and Canon get together, right?
Yeah.
I can tell you just from my trip, because it just happened to be in an area, a hotel in an area that were close to the headquarters of this company. The headquarters of these companies are within walking distance. So if they want to have lunch together, they can have lunch together.
They're all drinking sake. They're all drinking sake together
after work. But sometimes, many industries do that, right? The NER corridor in Houston, all the companies were together, and now I'm sure they do a lot of cross-checking with each other. I was surprised how close they were. Correct. I mean, I could walk from the hotel that I was to the old Nikon uh, headquarters and a museum, and the same. And I was like 10 minutes. I was in the Canon building, and I was also by the Sony headquarters. Right now, that's the big Sony. Right. So they your speculations, sir, were right. So
Yeah.
they
Yeah.
You know,
Well,
There's a lot there. Yeah.
hey, we
Well-
could start a funny rumor. You know, we could say, did you hear the one about when Nikon and Sony and Canon all got together for a meeting and they were all drinking sake, and then the Nikon guy went to the Canon office by mistake, and the Canon guy went to the. We'll start a rumor, you know.
Now the new Nikon headquarters is a little bit further away. I mean, but it's still, with a short train ride, but it's a more urban, surprisingly, area. It was not as the big high rises, so they moved to an area that it was not the same kind of downtown type of place where they were before.
Okay.
yeah,
But,
but Gustavo, let's say you needed a lens designer, where are you going to look? And all the rest of this stuff, because I'm sure there's migration from one company to another.
For sure.
Because in the industry that I'm in,
Exactly.
it's you know quite a few people in the competing company,
Exactly.
and if you need somebody, that's where you go.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah,
For sure.
and the same thing happens in all industries.
Exactly. But Chuck speculated about that, and then I have the physical experience to say, oh, look there, this is the building, that is the building, right? So
Well, the Japanese culture is so much different in America. You know, they in a way, I don't think they're competitive, but they don't want to see anybody destroyed per se, because it's not good for the country, right? It's not, if those companies went down the toilet, you would have people that don't have jobs anymore.
Right.
The Japanese have a totally different mindset when it comes to, running a business, where an American company wouldn't care if they ground the guy next to him down to nothing and they went out of business. The Japanese companies don't necessarily think that way.
yeah, but even here in the United States, certainly in the industry that I was, uh, you compete and collaborate as well, correct? So there is always an element. That's why there are trade associations, engineering associations. There is always this, what David was saying, as some element of cross fertilization between the companies, and particularly the more the higher the senior level, the more that happens that you think, right? Among engineers and among even executives, right? And David was correct. They sometimes, I mean, they don't like it, but sometimes the people move between the companies and that. But it was wonderful, Chuck, to see them. I mean, it was a surprise to me. I didn't pick that hotel. I picked the hotel because it was convenient for me, travel wise, right? And then you happen to be when they announced that the new museum was open. Of course, I booked my flights a long time ago, and I checked. It was very close by. The old one was extremely close by. The new one was a little bit, but it was close enough that I could convince my wife for let's take a taxi 15 minutes and endure with me a rapid tour through the museum.
Yeah. I know they're. I didn't know that they're so close, but I still think that they know what every out there is doing stuff. Nikon knows what Canon's doing. Canyon's doing what, or Sony doing, and it's one big deal.
Well, see, Nikon makes glass for other manufacturers, and if let's say if I was manufacturer A and I phoned up Nikon and say I need this kind of a lens, well, don't you think that Nikon would figure out pretty fast where that glass or that particular element, what it would fit onto, and so
Yeah. You know what?
Yeah.
It's funny. All the kids are out there right now. They don't consider Nikon a glass making gun whatever. Now
They're one of the few companies that do the whole 9 yards.
right. No, but they, the Sony is just gradius. They're so much better than everybody else. Or Canon, they're so much better than everybody else can. And these people are stupid. They don't. I will say, each sector there's still good glasses. But the ideal that Sony's better, no, or Canon's better, no, or Nikon's better, no. All right.
A lot of glass. The largest manufacturer of glass is actually Hoya.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Hoya.
Yeah.
And people will buy glass blanks from Hoya, and then they'll do what they have to do to take the quality blanks and make lens elements out of them, but I mean, in terms of somebody that actually has the right sand pits that they get their sand from, or this, that, and the other, I mean, Nikon still does that.
Yeah. So
anyway. a lot of other ones just buy blanks from Hoya or someone, and then they still do work to them and whatnot, but they don't necessarily do it from the ground up. They do it maybe halfway up to the end. They don't do it from the ground up per se.
Yeah. Hey,
So the other interesting thing that I saw there, Jeff and panelists here, is that obviously we know that, of course, for photography, the phones are ubiquitous, correct? Everybody just taking photos with the phone. You see the occasional camera, but very few, right? And as a photographer, you see somebody else with a camera, you always pick to see what they are photographing, right? And actually, I saw a lot of people photographing with Nikons, even Japanese, but not the newest model, right?
Yeah.
So you would think that you would see the Z8 and the Z9. No, you see the D750, the D300s, and so you can see maybe the one that had the gas syndrome amplify. Are we here in America?
yeah.
But
Well, you know what's selling like crazy, believe it or not, is old point and shoot cameras.
Yeah.
The young crowd are buying up old film point and shoot cameras.
Yeah, but of course the phones are ubiquitous in all these touristic places, right? But you still see people, the occasional people. Unfortunately, as we also know, older people with more cameras that look like cameras, not like sticks of butters, right? or of course the phones, but no, it's so you always look, so you don't see. Probably was one of the few, struggling to change lenses and all that kind of stuff. People don't bother with that much, right? Now, in a lot of the places, you see photo shoots, right? And then you see professional photographers, or I presume they are somewhat professional, but the Japanese, they like to dress in their traditional clothing going around the temples, and then you see them. There is a photographer with an assistant taking photos. Those relatively common in a lot of the places, right? And those were proper cameras like the one that we have, right? But not necessarily the newer models, right? So those are the little things that you pick when you travel.
See, you had your opportunity to go to those headquarters and bug a few offices while you were there, and you could get some skinny that you could share.
Yeah, knock on the door.
And you say, you knock on the door and say, "I'm that new employee you guys just hired, and I'm here to clean the office." And you plant the
Where
bug.
is my auto capture? The staff there in the museum was very useful. You will see, and they have a little shop at the end. Uh, in Japanese culture, as you know, younger culture, way before our time, uh, people like trinkets. Okay, actually, I got a
Well, they have those machines, right? You put a quarter in or whatever, and you
exactly,
turn it, and it pops out a little bit in a little plastic container. Some kind
exactly.
of
So,
gadget.
I think gotcha or so, whatever.
Yeah,
Of
they
course,
have a name for it. Yeah.
my son, my son, or put us into going into the vend. So even in the Nikon Museum, there is some of those vending machines, right?
Yeah.
With little trinkets for so that was wonderful. That was wonderful to see some of that too. Right? There is a lot of memorabilia in that respect, right? Badges and trinkets, what I consider trinkets.
Now, from the picture that you've sent,
Hmm.
that whole wall of cameras
Oh,
are most of them black bodied cameras? Because everyone that you showed was black. Is that
most of
typical,
them,
or do they have chrome cameras too?
most of them are black.
Black.
But I actually you will see. I think it's an FM2 that I saw as well in the collection that was uh, made of gold.
Gold.
Or
Oh yeah,
gold plated. So,
yeah.
but it's as you can expect, arranged in chronological time, correct? Around the wall. Unfortunately, in order for the good, is lighting wasn't that great, and of course, they are all behind glass, so you
Yeah.
cannot make flash. So the photos are not going to be fantastic, but they're going to be fun, and then you can spend a lot of time, looking for a particular model. But as I said, I was with my wife, so my wife, my wife was interested in some of the stuff about the glass and the telescope and microscope. But when you see one camera after the other, to evolution, she's not going to say, "Oh, but I
She
did look
starts
for
pulling your ear, and say, "You've seen enough. They all look
exactly,
the same to me. Let's go.
exactly,
Let's go."
exactly." But I did look for some of our um, um, some of our favorite, including the 500 PF. I say because you look, where is my 500 PF in this sequence? What is the 600 on that sequence? Actually, Roy, I could imagine you, correct, being there saying, "I have it. No, I don't have it. Have it. No, have it. Have it. No, have
There's still a few I want.
it." I know. So you will have spent a little bit in front of that wall, putting a check mark. You know?
Yeah, I've done
like,
that.
like any collector. Okay, but
Mm.
yes, indeed, there were a lot of. I think it was. I managed to take one of the photos, and of course, being the Nikon Museum, they have the actual camera prototype or the 0001 number, right? That type of
Yes.
thing.
Yeah.
And that was interesting to see how the camera evolved through time. And I will take some photos of displays and magnify some of that. But I I did a little bit of that. Yep. And Roy, I had that one, or I don't have that one.
Yeah.
At one point that was the camera that I wanted. Correct?
I want the ones they've cut in half.
Oh yeah, I hate seeing those. I'm like,
My,
no, you cut it in half.
my wife, Roy, was horrified. Why did they do that to the camera? He said, no, that's good. They had to do it to show. So the one that reacted uh, violent towards that was my wife. She didn't like the cutout of the cameras. Actually, I love them to see how they work,
Yeah, me
how they look
too.
on the inside. But
Well,
no, it was
you ever see the ones that they sell on Etsy? That somebody takes the Etsy will sell. They're like maybe $300 or $350, and they'll take an old SLR camera, and they break it apart.
Yeah.
And it's like on a pedestal, but you can see, and it'll be part of it will be cut. Part of it will be cut in half. Like the lens might be cut in half, but the body's not. It all depends. They all do it different ways, but
Not
they're
the
pretty
same.
interesting. They're pretty interesting looking. You know, they're kind of neat. They're kind of neat.
What was your favorite looking for when you were there? Did you look for the Noctua 95 or what?
Actually, to tell you the truth, and I would show that I actually was interested in see the glass manufacturing portion. That big chunk of glass, okay?
Yeah.
And I have some. I will show you some pictures, some fun pictures from there, because I took a picture of my. I mean, remember this is this. I mean, this big, correct?
Yeah. No, that's the 5mm, right?
No. It's a pure glass. It's a
Oh,
Just a
that-
lump.
Raw stock of glass. Raw.
exactly. But as I said the other day in the comments, it's crystal clear. It's like water, correct? Now the gentleman, the Japanese gentleman that was there, it was pointing me. Look at one end, okay, and then put my wife at the other end, and so you could see through the entire, probably close to 1.5 meters of glass, right? And of course the glass at the end kind of narrow as you have seen in the pictures, so it actually focused, right? So what I consider a fun picture, correct, of my wife at the other end of that chunk of glass, and it looks fantastic. But for me, it was the clarity. Randall is like, I mean, if I put a cup like this doesn't look clear. I mean, it's clean and clear, but it doesn't look sharp. Through that entire 1.5 meters of glass, it's like there was nothing, and that was impressive. Right? And they have displays on microscopes. You're on mute, Randall.
Yeah, there's two places that if I went in, I'd have a hard time leaving. It would be B&H Photo or that museum. If I got in either one of those places, I'd just be there like all day, and they'd say, "Sir, we're ready to lock the doors. You have to leave, sir. Time to go."
did you go
And
to
don't
any?
forget the third floor of Roy's house. You
That's-
better put
that's
that
right.
on your list too, Jeffrey.
Yeah.
Did you go to any of the camera stores? There's a lot of them in.
No, didn't see. There is a lot of camera stores, but as you walk, if I would have walked in a street on a shopping mall, and I saw that the camera store, I would have stopped. But most of my, and of course, that would have been a terrible mistake, right? So I didn't want to put myself in that predicament, right? So a lot of that I did was visiting places, and then you take the train rides, or in my case I took a lot of taxis, which turned out to be a good thing, because you go to a place and you spend your morning in there, and then you go to another one. So we didn't go for particular shopping, right? But I think it would have been bad to go to one of those. Uh, and you are restricted not because to buy anything, correct? You can buy it and get even a tax free, but it's you don't want to carry too much stuff, correct? Back. I already had to carry a lot of these. Like I said, my son asked for a lot of these trinkets. Okay, so we brought them some other, and that actually one of the things that I was commenting just before we started the show, correct? The traveling in Japan, you move from cars to train to airplane, so you have to have some element of flexibility, right? So my wife and I were limited to she had one suitcase with rollers, and I don't think John Ishii is here, but he will tell you a good camera bag with that has good wheels is essential. Although I didn't take that, I took a good suitcase with rollers, and my wife took another suitcase with rollers, and then I have one backpack. So I was actually limited to what I can fit with that. I think Luis was asking what I brought because I didn't. It was not. This was not a wildlife photography trip. I didn't take a tripod. Didn't take a monopod. There is always a chance that you encounter some wildlife, correct? So it was more like a general photography. For me, it will be travel or snap photography, correct? So I took the 14 to 30 f4, which is compact and not weight, not so much. The the lens that we always mention, the 24 to 120, that was the main lens on the camera all the time. Took one body, and this is for Greg, correct? She's still here, correct? Is the with the 120, right? The C8. I didn't take my C9 with me, only one body. And then took the 100 to 400 millimeter and one extender in case that some wildlife will show up in one of the trips. And actually, one wildlife show up in one of the trip when we were photographing um, some waterfall, and I managed to get a picture. So it was all about flexibility, correct? So as we said, so three lenses, one camera. Didn't take a computer with me because I didn't want to download big pictures, right? I have the iPad, so I could download to the iPad. Didn't download anything to the iPad. Right? When you go back to normal photography, Jeff, 5 frames per second, 2 frames per second. One of these uh, CFE express car, you can photograph an entire trip without changing the car. Okay?
Yeah.
This is a good. It's good. It's good to hear you talk about what you took for. It's good.
Yes, exactly. So she took three batteries because the batteries, you wanted to make sure you have battery. Took one cleaning, the little envelope with a sensor cleaning. Didn't use it, correct? But you had in the type of trip you have to think what is that really really need a lens pen, a pen lens just to brush the front of the leg if necessary, correct? But I couldn't, I didn't want to take anything more, correct? Because
Good.
you have to live with what you have to live, and,
Yeah.
and,
Yeah.
and I guarantee you, if I do it again, uh, Chuck, it's like I'm sure that you have the saying in the military, correct?
Mhm.
When you have to put it in your bag,
Yep.
then you know what is essential, correct?
Right. That's right. Yep.
Well,
So,
as in the old days, the original zoom lens was your feet.
Yeah.
You
exactly.
walk forward, walk backward. There's your zoom, right?
Exactly. If
But
you put everything in your backpack, you start saying, I don't need this. No, I don't need that. And you're equally effective as a photographer, correct?
yeah.
So, and that's the anti-theft device too. You carry your stuff with you. Yeah, Jeff, you always say that, correct? I mean, that's you keep an eye on your gear and you put it in your back. Not that Japan is extremely safe, right? That's the beauty of also Japan, correct?
Oh, I'm looking for next month, maybe picking up the 8000.
Yes.
So I think I was looking at that and the 400 TC. I didn't.
Okay. But
I couldn't do it, and I can't. I don't know.
But bags are important. So I think Johnny, she mentioned that, and uh, the if you have to take gear, correct? If you go on something, I typically want to have a backpack to move around, but if going through the airport, a roller, right?
Yeah.
That's
But see, I've been, but Gustavo, for a long time, I've been doing the same thing. I got the big airports, whatever,
yes,
you know, and I've been carrying everything in that big bag. Yeah.
exactly. Because for me it was, should I take the 600 PF, correct? Because it's compact and it actually fit in that bag in the bottom drawer,
Yeah.
right? And that's what I did for Iceland. Turned out to be the right thing because there was a lot of more wildlife photography that I did in Iceland. Uh, but here the 100 to 400 was sufficient to get me
Yep.
a good picture. You guys will see. But if I were to go there again, now that I know there is possibility for good wildlife photography. That other place, you see, the way I organized my trip, I started in Tokyo, went uh, to Kyoto, and then I wanted to see a little bit of nature, so I went a little bit north into around the Nagano area,
Yeah.
right? And then and then I did some walking in the forest. There is some possibility there. The the fall colors were not there yet, which would have been wonderful. Um, but the forest there is nice. It's humid, very green, right? Uh, I think I missed the fall migration in there, but there is some pretty interesting birds to photograph. But that was not the purpose of that trip, correct?
Well, I've got uh, the shit. I don't know the really, you know, Nan like and the, oh shoot, I can't think of that right now. Both of them. Hang a second.
One get it.
You know,
Go
if you
on,
bring
Phil.
too, you have to go through customs or declare something. Did you declare anything, or they just let you go?
No. Of course, I didn't buy anything, correct? It's just
Oh,
so there was nothing to declare. No, uh, it was fantastic. Ah, one kind of pelican.
Yeah, I bought these before I had the big uh, the big episode.
Hmm.
I haven't even set it up yet. Here's all the. I don't know if you can see it or not.
Padding.
Yeah,
Oh, the adding, yeah.
it's the. It, but I don't. I thought I was going to.
This one has wheels, Chuck.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's dang on it. Um,
You know, you leave it open, the cat's going to say, that looks like a nice bed with that foam. That
Exactly.
foam would be like little massage fingers on the cat, you know?
yeah,
Okay, and it has a handle. Not exactly.
yeah.
Yes.
Chuck, which model is that one?
it's the 1510. Ah, all right,
Yeah.
and I've got.
Let me show you the one that John usually recommend, which I do recommend too. We're in that part of the show, Mr. Jeff.
Hey, you know, you're going good. I'm going to grab something to drink. See, this is good because shows that you really don't need me. This is a good thing.
Yeah. Here's the Nan light. Same as the.
Okay. Yes. Yes.
I got both of them. Had to have these, and then ah ah.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're,
Having a roller through the airport is fantastic.
Yeah.
but they're hard to open.
I love how Noah is so attentive. What the hell is going on here?
Yeah, Noah's being really cool about the whole thing here.
Exactly.
So I have these two. Haven't even set up from me, and so yeah.
Yeah. So, Roy, indeed. I mean, you have to. I mean, we all here have a lot of toys, correct? You have to make a decision which toys you take. So, for instance, I know Luis when he goes to Costa Rica, he takes a speed light. Right? When I visit Costa Rica, I have to take one flash shooter. Correct? Depending where you go, you have to anticipate what to take because it's all about compromises. But going on back, so this is the one that Mr. Ichi recommend, which I also recommend. Correct?
Yep.
These are the think tank airport series.
Yep.
But the one that he likes, and I agree with him, is the best. Is they have to have it's not the biggest one. It's the one with the four wheels. 4 wheels versus 2 wheels make a heck of a difference.
Yeah.
So that is probably the most travel friendly. But when you get to location, then that doesn't work. Correct? You have to go to a forest. Wheels don't work anymore. So that's why you need a small backpack.
Yeah, and Anita and I have got the Pelican Air, the 1535, and that find that works well.
Hey, Fancy. Dog's having a little attack here. I'm gonna.
Hey,
Yeah, one of mine is I got my 8 and my 9 plus the glass that you had there, Gustavo, and my second one is all for low light for Aurora,
exactly.
and I keep them both packed all the time. And Anita has one for her gear.
Yes.
The only thing is now we're going to have to get maybe a 4th and a 5th and a 6th. But anyway, they work well, and and since I bought it, both Canadian Airlines have changed their carry-on luggage size
Okay.
to a half an inch smaller, and then their checking devices are half an inch smaller again.
Oh.
Oh yeah, so I went out to the airport and checked all of this stuff. But because this thing says Pelican Air on it, I haven't been questioned yet. But I keep lithium batteries in it, so it can't be checked.
Yeah.
A Pelican with four wheels would be great. But I agree, the Pelicans, if you have to check them in and you can put some backlogs, that's potentially a good opportunity. Is that correct? So you have to.
You can padlock them, but TSA has to be able to get in.
Yes.
Or else they will get in.
Yeah, you can buy those padlocks that are.
Right.
I mean, they're a little bit gimmicky, but the ones that are TSA compliance.
Yeah.
But you can also have regular padlock. Let's say you're traveling inside the country, correct? And then in a smaller plane, then particularly outside the USA where there is no there are no TSA rules, then you can put a proper padlock in a Pelican. So, guys, I mean, I'm not saying anything that we don't know. Is is one of the difficult decisions when you is what I take this time, right? What is I going to try to do? I mean, even in a weekend outing, correct? You have to have an objective in mind, and then you choose from your gear and your bags the best, and you live with that decision, correct?
Hey, Jeffrey, is he okay?
Yeah, I don't know. Every once in a while, he starts snorting like he's having trouble breathing.
Yeah.
Mm.
He just starts snorting real loud like a pig almost. And I have to try to calm her down and get her to just relax and breathe normal again. And today it's happened like several times, but prior to today, she didn't do it for like 6 months, but every once in a while.
Yeah.
I don't even know what it causes it, but
Does she have heart? Because my dog has heart problems, and she snorts like that also.
she seems to be okay now, but scares the crap out of you when she does it. I'll tell you that. It really does.
Yeah.
Say hi to everybody, Patch. You want to say hi? Here, people haven't seen you in a while.
And she did well in the operation, correct?
Yeah, she had her eye operated on Tuesday. She's doing good. But
No hood.
I won't. She wouldn't even let them put the hood on her. They said she's got to have the hood on before we give her to you. And then they came. Oh, we'll hand you the hood. She wouldn't walk with the hood on. She wouldn't move. She doesn't want to wear the hood. And I'll tell you, this is going to sound really stupid, but it's true. My wife calls me Doctor, instead of Dr. Doolittle, she calls me Dr. Do Neville, because I can talk to the animals, and I could talk to her and tell her, don't scratch the eye, don't rub the eye, and she doesn't do it at all. She has not had to have the cone on her head at all.
Wow, good for Patchy.
She listens to Daddy. She listens to her daddy. He's a good dog. Okay, I'm gonna put you down now. I got to pretend I'm doing a show here. Come on.
And she's still in recuperation, correct? So
Yeah, she's on drugs still.
Hey, Noah goes to the whatever they are, Arabian, no, whatever you have what is it? All right, somebody help me.
Veterinary?
Yeah. He they will be. He goes to the veterinarian. God. Thursday at 8:00, and gets clipped. So hopefully, after that, should be a lot better ways. Whatever.
okay.
How old is the cat?
5 months.
Oh, okay. Yeah. She'll get over it real quick.
Yep.
Oh, Sanjit, what you missed coming in late, we gave away $1 million, buddy. I'm sorry. You weren't here. It was all Monopoly money, but it was $1 million in Monopoly money.
I was going to say we split it between us. Don't tell them there's Monopoly money.
Yeah. But boy. Well, it sounds like you had a great trip, Gustavo, and you know we're all going to be. Hopefully, you could sneak in a few images out of the trip for next week's show.
That's true. Now you guys have to suffer for me showing
Well,
pictures.
just pick out a couple. Let's pick out a couple. And since we're getting here in the last hour of the show, let me put the reminder up again. With the photo review being next Saturday. Get them to me by noon on Friday, 12 p.m. Eastern time, November 1st. So we got, what did I say we had here? Let me scroll back here, find my notes. I think we said we got 36 images, not including mine, which I have a handful on my screen, but I haven't decided how many I want to throw into the hat. But we got 36 images other than mine, but I'd like us to get to 50 or 60 if we can. So for those of you that are holding out on me, just send me something, man.
All right.
Send me something.
All right. I'm ready to head to bed, but so hopefully I'll begin with every show while you're out there now.
All righty. Sounds good.
You're looking.
And Chuck, I don't want to pressure you, but please submit an image for next week or 4.
I will, even if it's an old image.
Well, you don't have to go far to get a cat shot.
Exactly, Jonah.
I'm thinking about it.
And see, the problem may be that your cat is too close to focus.
We'll have to see. Yeah.
Or you take a picture of the cat's eye with your reflection in the cat's eye. That would be okay.
There you go. All right. All right. So I sure hopefully hear you or see you all next Saturday.
Yeah.
All right.
Sounds good.
Good evening, Chuck.
Have a good one.
Back.
Bye.
Bye-bye. I'm going to go do my did you know here a little bit, and I'm going to bring up an image. Give me a second. Okay. All right. So here is an image of a Nikon F3 AF. This was their first pro level 35 millimeter autofocus camera that got produced in 1983. And the focus motors was in the lens, and they made what they called a TC-16 AF teleconverter as well, and they had an MD4 motor drive that you could get. But this pentaprism on the top is gigantic. It's called a DX1 pentaprism because that's what contained the contrast detection autofocus circuitry, and it had a unique focusing screen that was built into the pentaprism. On the other F-mount F3 pentaprisms, the focusing screen laid in an area below the pentaprism, and the pentaprism snapped on above it. In this case, the special pentaprism, focusing screen was built into the pentaprism. And it had to be so it could detect the proper autofocus detection. So they didn't have a choice. Now it's big because it has a lot of batteries in it, because the small disc-sized battery in the bottom of the camera certainly wasn't going to have enough juice to power the motors and the lenses. So you had a multitude of batteries that were inside a compartment here on the front behind the Nikon logo, to be able to power the lenses, drive the lenses. and you only had two. They only made two autofocus lenses that were specific to this camera model, an AF 80 millimeter f2.8 and an AF 200 millimeter f3.5. And autofocus lenses that came out afterwards for other generations of Nikon cameras will not work on this camera. So you had two autofocus lenses that were made for the camera. You had this TC-16 autofocus tele converter. It allowed you to use old AI and AIS manual focus lenses, and it would give it autofocus properties with that tele converter on it. It had an internal lens that moved, and and you would get an indication of when your subject was in focus, but it wasn't focusing the actual lens in the in that AI or AIS lens that you put on, and you had a 1.6x multiplier with that teleconverter. Now, what's interesting too is the F3 lineup there were a lot of F3 models. It was actually the one model that had more variations than any other Nikon camera model ever made, but you could not take this DX1 pentaprism and mount it on any other version of the F3 body. It would not fit. But you could take a pentaprism that, let's say, was from an F3 HP, and you could mount that on the F3 AF. So this pentaprism was not backwards compatible, but the other pentaprisms that you could get would work on this camera, but you would then also have to buy an appropriate focusing screen to put into the camera as well. So this is a picture of like I said, the AF version, and I'll show you a picture of the Nikon HP, just so you can see that how much smaller the pentaprism is, because there's no batteries in it, of course. So here's the HP version, and considerably streamlined compared to the one you just saw. But the body itself looks exactly the same.
That is my first proper camera that I bought with my own money.
Yeah. So this is a camera body that I'm actually looking for, that I'm looking to buy at some point.
Yeah.
The P version has got a hot shoe on top.
The what?
The F3P has got a hot shoe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
useful.
The F3 will now that you mention that, we'll bring that one up along with some other ones. The original F3 came out in 1980, and it had what they called a DE-2 eye level finder. So it was an eye level finder. And then you had the F3 HP, and what made it an HP is this finder, which is a DE-3. And the difference between this and the eye level one is this one is made to help make it easier for people that wear eyeglasses to look through it. And you could actually have your eye, if you don't wear glasses, you could have your eyes farther behind away from the body on the back and be able to see. You didn't have to have your eyes right up to the body itself. But it was made more for help people that had eyeglasses. And then they had an F3T that came out, and the F3T was a titanium version of this F3 HP. And then you had the Nikon F3P that Roy just mentioned, and it was the press photographer's camera. And it had, and whether it's Nikon or Canon or another brand, when they make a press photographer's camera, they many times remove features that a press photographer would not use, or they have no interest in it being on the camera. And they say, well, for what we do, we don't need this, we don't need that. And some examples is on the F3P, you didn't have a thread in the shutter release button. It was not meant to accept a cable release. It did not. It had a rubber. It was weather sealed. Okay, it had a different back on it. It was weather sealed. It had a rubber cover over the shutter release button as weather sealing. So that was something for the press photographers. It had no. This little lever here is for double exposures. That lever got removed from the camera on the press camera, and the I don't have a picture of it, but on the other side of your rewind lever, there was, when you load the film on a lot of old cameras, you just pull up on the rewind lever knob high enough up, and then it unpops the hinge, and the back door opens up to put your film in. Well, on the F3 bodies, you had to pull up the knob, but you had to push in a button that was on the other side of this dial in order to have the back open up. So the press photographers didn't like that, because that was one more step they had to do. So they removed that button so you could just pull up on the knob and the back would open up. So that's just some weird stuff that they do for the press photographers. And then they had an F3 Limited, which was sold only in Japan, and it was basically like the F3P press camera, but I guess it had a different back on it. Then they had an F3H high-speed model that could do 13 frames per second. And they had and then they had the F3AF, which is what we're talking about in the beginning here. It came out in 1983. So the production run for all these F3 models was from 1980 to 2001 or 2002, and depending where you're trying to get your information from, some say it ended in 2001 and some say it ended in 2002. So I'm not going to get too hung up which one is right, but so that's that's kind of like just some interesting information about really a model of Nikon history that had a long history, that they made a lot of different variations of. And in some cases, the variation was just what pentaprism it had on the top of it. But Roy, of all those models, how many do you have?
I don't have the limited one. I've got all the rest.
You have all the rest.
Yeah. And Jeff, as you were talking, I was looking at my photo here in the F3 display, right? Because so we're going to have that for reference. I probably, since you are a collector, I will send you, as I work this image, put it in a PowerPoint and send it to you. Okay? But interested on the F3 grouping, and I can show you that they show two models of the T camera, the F3T.
Yeah.
There is a black one where the pentaprism is black, and there is one that is actually a silver. Oh, actually, more. I don't know if the colors are okay, but it's kind of more bronze color. But that could be the lighting on that one. So,
Yeah.
so there are two of those, right? Because I know.
Jeff and Leslie are taking off. Just going to say goodbye to them. Jeff and Leslie, thanks for stopping in. Have a good night.
Yeah. So I send you. I put a PowerPoint on those displays and I sent to you.
Okay.
That was it. Just because I put it in chronological, and each of the camera has the day of release. Right? So these are basically the 80s camera, correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Best thing is most toys.
It's a great
Most
camera.
accessory-
Now I have the I'm going to get the model number wrong here. I know I will. I'm gonna have to look up on my cheat sheet here because you can't tell by. I got the I have the F4S. Now I've looked at the F5 and the F6, and to be honest with you, I have no interest in getting those because not because they weren't good cameras. The only reason I don't want those, one, I'm not going to buy every camera that they ever made, but to me, when you got into the F5 and the F6, you got to a camera that was starting to look very, very close to how the first high-end digital camera was going to look. You know what I mean?
And funny enough, Jeff, in the display, actually, it's like that, right? They start with the FM, FM2, then they start, and then it doesn't stop at the F3, but there is something in between.
Yeah.
And then they display then they start with the digital camera, with F4, the F5, and the digital camera, correct? So you can see the way they decided to display it was exactly that. Like the F3 was the end of that run of, let's call it the traditional camera.
That style, right? That style of camera, and what? So I want one because to me, I have the D850. Obviously, a lot of people have had a D850, and the F4 and the F5 are getting where they kind of starting to look like the film version of a D850, in many ways. So I'm not going to run out and get either of those, but I would like to get an F3 HP, I think, or if I really like win the lottery or something, I might get an F3 AF and get the HP
right in the
prism and a focusing screen to put on the F3 AS if I want it to be like an F3 HP. I can have one body and just change a few parts and make it basically like the other one.
It's just that for me, I mean, when before that I was photographing with a camera that I got from my dad, right? That OM10. When I moved to the F3, correct, and it felt like for people that like tools and instruments, right? It really felt like a professional instrument, correct?
Oh, and it was still not overly large. Like the F4 series was a substantially larger camera, but of course the F3 was the last body that they made that didn't have an option for an integrated motor drive either.
Exactly.
Okay, so it was smaller. My dog is being really, I don't know, needing a lot of attention here.
Yeah. So Jeff, I can tell you here. So they start with the F. So there is a wall section of the F, and then they move to the F2, and then they move to the F3, and then after that there is something they call professional services or something that have flashes and all kind of stuff before they go to the F4 and the F5. Right? So you can see they themselves decided to display it in such a fashion.
Yeah. Hi, honey. You gotta lay down.
Did they have the Nikon mats also?
Yeah, you had the Nikon mats, which were the Nikon mats, which I'll have one of those to show another day. I have it in a box right now. I'm going to be mailing it out probably on Monday. I'm having a CLA done on it and having it tuned up, having the metering adjusted on it. But I got a black FM2, Nikon mat FM2. And when those came out, those were the lower tiered bodies from Nikon, but they were not junky cameras. They were really good cameras. It's just that they did not have a replaceable focusing screen. They had what they had, and that was it. That's what you got, But they were really, really good, well-made cameras. But they, the pros, of course, for the most part, were buying they were buying the ones that had all the accessories to change the finders and change the screens and that kind of thing.
They could afford it.
if they could afford it. But the joke, somebody like me back then, I couldn't even afford that. I couldn't afford the Nikkerman either. I was buying the Minoltas, man. I was a Minolta guy. Which I wear with a badge of honor. I still have a soft spot.
That camera that I mentioned that looked really fancy,
Yeah,
was a Nikon FA Gold.
FA Gold. Okay.
Produced in 1984.
Yeah, they produced gold on most models. They're very expensive. They're collectors.
Yes.
Well, remember when John was doing when Mr. Ishii had a video and he was filming Mr. Wu at where he was near a display booth of cameras that they were selling or whatever, and they had the gold Leicas in the case, and those things were priced really high,
Yes.
Yes.
crazily high.
But they are not, I mean, they are functional cameras, but they are not like the production camera, which is what we are mostly interested in.
Right.
They come with a sign saying, "Please mug me."
Exactly. They are fancy cameras, so I would not consider it to be a serious thing. But anyway, yeah, you guys, as I said, everything is still in here. I didn't even download them from the card. Tomorrow I start with the process, except the one that I sent you, Jeff.
Yeah. I'll go through the other rumors quick, and then if we have time, depending on what people are bringing up in the chat, I may share a little presentation on an old camera that I bought. If we go over 10 minutes or something, we go over 10 minutes, but we'll see. I'll just try to rattle through all the other rumors somewhat quickly here. Let's see. Sony, they say, according to trusted sources, Sony is going to unveil at least one new full-frame alpha camera on November 19th or 20th, depending on your time zone, at the New York Creative Space event on November 20th and 21st. They said a lens might be announced as well, but not confirmed. So they assume that they're either going to come out with an A1 Mark II, the successor to the A1, or a successor to the A7 IV. And then the lens might be a 24-70 f2.0 GM, which they've been talking about for a while. And then they also mentioned the Sue 85 millimeter 1.4 that I mentioned was available for the Z mount. Sony gives a little more information about that lens than they did on Nikon rumors. They're saying you have round bokeh balls with that lens. It has 15 aperture blades, high quality glass, function buttons, dust and moisture protection, lightweight and compact at 540 grams. Aperture can be declicked via a switch, which is similar to the Viltrox we talked about earlier. You have a switch so that you don't hear the click, click, click when you turn the aperture ring. And it has a USB interface on the lens for upgrading. And I converted the price from the German website, and it looks like it's going to be about $590, $589.95, $590 US dollars. And that's for the Sony mount version. And then they got to tell you, it's kind of a weird thing, but they tell you that you can get a reconditioned Sony A1 selling for under $5,000. And that's about it. There wasn't a lot from Sony. Fuji didn't have a lot either, really. Their imaging president, there's an interview with the imaging president for Fujifilm where he talks about recovering from the supply demand imbalance of 2024, because as you know, a lot of Fuji camera bodies and even lenses were extremely delayed due to part shortages or unanticipated demand for the product, and they couldn't make up the increase the manufacturing of these products quick enough. And so there's an interesting discussion with the president about that imbalance that they've suffered with in 2024. They say that the X100 version 6 VI, X-T50, and the GFX 100S Mark II, the sales are strong, very strong for those cameras. The X100 VI and others, he says, are still in a difficult situation, but they're gradually loosening their back orders. And got on a tangent, I guess, talking about the smartphones' ease of use has increased global demand for instant and mirrorless cameras. And the administrator of the article saying of the web page is saying, I guess he means that more people take pictures now than ever, and now many smartphone users aspire to take even better pictures using a proper camera. That's the editorial interpretation of what the other guy was talking about. Says the fact that demand has increased dramatically globally is the root of the problem of product supply. The supply is not keeping up. And it says Fujifilm apologizes for the inconvenience. Well, where have we heard that statement before? From like everybody, Nikon, Canon. Hi, baby. How you doing? You all right? Huh? You should go downstairs and lay with mommy. Mommy's in bed already.
I tell you one thing. Jeff.
What's that?
I tell you one thing. Since I didn't have a second camera, correct? My second camera was my iPhone, correct? So if I wanted to photograph the train coming into the platform or something, or when I was traveling in the train, I wouldn't take the camera out of, I took the iPhone. And I think Mossman mentioned that multiple times, and I think there is other people, not only in our community, but out there. Our cameras, correct? I will always take a photo that I want to print and a photo that I want to do something special with a proper camera, correct? That's my opinion. But our cameras can learn a lot from the cameras come with the phones. There is still an opportunity, a business opportunity for the camera makers, the Canon, the Sony, the Nikon, to make certain elements on the camera to look to work like the phones. Correct? For instance, let me tell you one thing so backlight photos. I took a backlight photo of a temple with the sun behind. Correct? Take that photo with the iPhone, and then it presents to you as you take the photo how the process photo will look like. Correct? Now, when you take it with your C9 or C8, correct? You have an intent for the photo, how you want it to look like, but you don't see it, right? So it will be nice to have, and we are getting the speculation part of this show, that you have the opportunity in your IBF, which is after all a mini display, correct? To say, show me the picture in HDR, correct?
Right.
Or after you do all the corrections. It shows you a JPEG for sure, but it's not what that image can be. And that would be wonderful. So there is still, I think there's a business opportunity for the camera software to basically take some of the business from the phones, correct? They have not exploited that completely. And the same with the transfer of the photos, the sharing of the photo, which Tim has alluded multiple times. There is stuff that they are living in there that they could make. Because if you work with the phone and your camera at the same time, you notice, oh, why my camera doesn't do that? Okay? And I'm a pure raw kind of person. When I photograph wildlife, it's pure intention. But when you're in this type of travel photography, you want things to be more snappy, correct? And tell you what you could get out of the image. because the fundamentally our sensors in these cameras are much better, correct, than the iPhone sensors. It's all the computing portion.
Yeah.
So
Well,
anyway,
you know, they have to add. I mean, they have to add more bells and whistles to the phones to make up for what they can't do because of their size. To
exactly.
get to draw people in, you know, just like a camera manufacturer, they got to add. They got to have some more tricks up their sleeves to get somebody to want to buy a new iPhone or a new Android phone every year and a half or whatever. So they're doing the
But
same thing.
our camera could have some of those.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
I mean, maybe this is my rant hour here, but I can see the camera manufacturers, if they want to, for people like us that want to still take the trouble to bring a camera, there are stuff that are living in the ground. Not that I'm going to use the HDR pre-cooked HDR in the camera, but I want to see what the
Right.
potential.
If you get into if you get into that phone that I think Google makes, the Google Pixel phone,
Yes,
where you can erase the person in the picture that you don't want,
exactly.
well, that obviously would violate that new Nikon,
Oh,
you know, AI code of ethics that they're trying to. Because if you're actually getting rid of something that's in the image like that, that's a big no-no.
but it's
But for a phone, but somebody with a phone, they don't give. They're not worrying about that.
Yeah, but flexibility.
Yeah.
Leave it to be, correct?
Yeah.
I agree. Don't a photo has to be as it is, correct? But
Yeah.
but I can tell you, Jeff. Let's say, Roy, you may not. I mean, you put your camera in a difficult lighting situation, correct? Let's say a courtyard, a Japanese garden, correct? And then you look through, and we are somewhat proficient photographers. We know what to do, how to change the dials, so that eventually our picture will look better than the one that the phone can take. But the phone, you just do like this and say, "Oh, that's how the picture looks like." Right? It- it- the camera you should have the possibility to see what is the potential for the situation, and then you take your raw file. Right? Anyway,
Well, Gustavo, I think that is coming with the red technology. The only thing with that is it may hold up the X-Speed 8, depending on how far down the line they were at designing it, because red has 17 stops of dynamic range,
oh,
and they have a way that they can get 20 out of it.
yeah, but even if you have 17 stop of dynamic range, right? The display had to be able to accommodate all that, correct? There is some element of even when we look at the a print, you have to be able to accommodate that. The ability we all appreciate here, the ability to do raw recording, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, even us, maybe a two professional can see what is the maximum that I can get out of these sensors. Correct? They do when they present to you something that it have been gone through the computation. It tells you that is as much as you can get. The iPhone tells you this is as much as you can get out of with the limitation of the sensor. Okay, our camera can do that, not to take the picture for you. Actually, I don't like what Canon is doing. Correct, which is giving you a raw file that is already sharpened, that is already. I don't want that. I don't want any of that. But I want to see them what the eventual product could be, and then we decide what we make with it. So anyway, I know it's a convoluted idea, but I'm prone to do these kind of arguments.
Well, I think that whole in-camera sharpening, if you want to do that, I think you have to have it where it's in the menu system and you can toggle it off if you don't want to do it. And that way you make both sides of the fence happy, because those who want to do the control the sharpening within their software, or they don't want sharpening at all, aren't forced to have sharpened images. And then those that want it, turn it on and you have it. But if you don't want it, you should be able to turn it off.
But Jeff, on that point that I was making, correct? Sometimes, listen to this. I would put I mean, you know the kind of photography that I do, correct? I would put the phone and I see, how does it look like? And then I look at the back of the phone, and then I say, oh, it's going to look, and then I take the camera and take the photo, because that already processed photo tell me what the potential is for my better camera. Correct? That is, traveling, and it's all about experiences. Correct? It's all about being in the field. You learn. Correct? So you say, okay, that's the possibility. Correct? So there is stuff that the camera manufacturers could do to make our life easier, but also to take a little bit of the business from the phones.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah. Like our camera manufacturers are about 5 years behind.
Exactly.
When it comes to that.
Yeah.
And hopefully with the X-Speed 8 and 9, they catch up.
Yes.
Because that takes an awful lot of processing power. Because the processor in a phone is much bigger than the processor in a camera.
That is for sure.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, will you see an X-Speed 8? Here's a throw question out. Will you see an X-Speed 8 before you see a camera with dual X-Speed 7s?
Exactly.
Well, the thing is that putting in the second X-Speed 7 might only speed you up 50% maximum, and that's it. Whereas an X-Speed 8, you get it's an exponential increase.
Exactly.
At least it can be a factor of 10.
That would be a tactical error from Nikon, because they already tried it didn't work that well, correct? So
Yeah, they tried it with the Z6 too.
Yeah, and I don't think it's worthwhile to put in a second one, because you got too many other problems too.
exactly.
Just how far down the road are they with the X-Speed 8?
And you guys tell me, Roy, who work in the IT business, or you, David, that are very computer savvy, but it's probably easy to program for a single processor that is more capable than for at least Frankenstein double processor. Right?
I think the second process is mainly used for display.
Yeah, you're then deciding how you're going to split up what is each chip going to do.
Yeah, but there is a decision, correct? There is a
right. Yeah.
Roy, you were saying?
I think the second process is mainly used for the EVF.
Okay.
Yeah, but you still have to split it up and send it there.
Oh yeah, it's just like Canon. Canon has it. What do they call it on the Canon, Roy? They have that. They have that other chip in the Canon camera now. They don't call it another processor chip. They call it a accelerator chip or something. Yeah.
Just
to take the burden, to take a little of the burden off the processor. They're careful not to say it's a dual processor.
Most cameras, like phones, have got the ARM chip, though.
What's the matter, Pat? You got to go out? You got to go out? I think she's got to go out, guys. You got to keep the conversation going. I got to let her out.
That's okay.
And I'll be back in a minute.
It's the early Intel chips had a math coprocessor that went with them, and it did most of the mathematics.
They used to anyway.
Yeah, and now they've got the Xeon, which does that versus the i6 7 and 8. I don't think they have the 8 yet, but they got the 7.
Okay. Now the question is, when you introduce a lot of these basically computational photography, correct? um, that is I mean, it's necessary, correct? How big can have uh, companies like Nikon and Canon and Sony, although Sony is a lot bigger, you know, computational photography departments that can compete with the Googles and the Apple phone and all that. And somebody, you guys were talking about uh, DJI, correct? That's another company that is a, a, a dark horse, correct? In here, in type of this type of blending of computational photography and regular photography, correct? So I think in that respect, the future is bright. But I tell you, in this trip, it was obvious to me that the phones could do things, some things better, not ultimately to leading to a better quality image, but an image of a relatively small size that was very uh, acceptable for snap photography, correct?
Yeah. And the other thing is we don't know how much money that Apple and Google are throwing at the R&D to
Oh,
improve
far
the
more for
photography.
sure.
And it's probably an order of magnitude above what Canon, Sony, and Nikon are.
Yeah.
You know,
Well, remember the evolution of the phone, which I think the fact that we call this a phone is is a is a misnomer now, correct?
misnomer. Yeah.
Yeah, because they started as a phone, correct? But long time ago, they stopped being a phone. They became a phone and a camera and a phone and a video camera and a phone and a video camera and a text messaging and a computer to search the web. I mean, they are kind of they are a Swiss Army knife of a device. Right?
Yeah, and the amount of processing power that they have. You know,
Exactly.
it's like today's phones have more processing power than NASA used to put a man on the moon.
Easily.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure, for sure, for sure. But I try to put something together because certainly taking on this, those kind of inner court Japanese, when you visit some of those temples, you cannot, they you they tell you not to photograph the actual inner part of the temple where where the people pray, but they let you photograph the outside and the gardens, which are wonderful, correct? But photographing those gardens where the light was coming through leaf and so very complex uh, lighting situation, right? The phones, wow, was doing. I mean, you can see even when you scroll now how they automatically change the settings, correct? To make it more to make a nice image to present it to you on that little screen, correct?
Yeah, and the size of the sensor on the phone is really small too.
Oh, exactly, it's a tiny one. I'm sure that my photos, well, I hope I haven't seen them, will look better, and I can modify, go into Lightroom and modify all the bars, and eventually get something that is comparable, but it will take, and I will put the time to do it, correct? Uh, uh, but it will take my time, right? It's this computer here that had to do all that, and eventually it will be better. But it's not. I think the point that I was trying to make is they need to do more in the computational photography. There is still a lot of space for computational in our style of camera.
And see, with the phone, it's as you take the picture, there's your final result. And for us, it's post production.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly.
and that takes a lot of time. But
Exactly.
while you're away, there is a new update to Photoshop and Lightroom for remove distractions.
Yes.
And they have remove wires. And man, is that thing ever nice.
Oh, wires that drive me crazy. Yeah.
Yeah.
They are very good. All right, Mr. Jeff, you're back. So you're going to share your newest
Yeah, I got
video.
one more Fuji rumor and a few Canon rumors, and then I'll show that camera. New cameras for 2025 for Fuji right now is just a Fujifilm GFX fixed lens camera, Fujifilm XE5, and we talked about this before, a 1-inch sensor half frame camera that they're talking about.
Mhm.
So to keep pace with this year, they'd have to announce at least 1 or 2 additional bodies. They've actually averaged around 4 lenses each year, as a combination between X and GFX series lens models. They average four new lenses a year. Canon rumors: Canon RF 200 to 500 f4 ISUSM delayed until 2025. It keeps getting pushed out. EOS R1 begins shipment on November 14th. Canon rumors states that their record of launch dates has been pretty spotty at best over the last year, though the product predicted has been pretty accurate. Canon has a patent application for a RF 400 millimeter f4L diffractive optic IS lens with a 1.4 times teleconverter. And of course, one never knows if, with patents, most of them never happen. So, that's one thing I noticed, that certain channels love to talk about patents all the time, and what somebody's coming out with a patent. And that's just to protect intellectual property more than it is something that comes to fruition most of the time. They just figure if they cover their assets, if you know what I mean, somebody else can't snooker them and come out with it because they already put a patent on it.
Well, it has to accept it first, though, in their patent. So if they don't accept it, and then someone coming out with a better version, and then that's accepted, and then I think it's for only so many years.
Right. After it's just like prescription pharmaceutical drugs. They have so many years where they have the market, and then once that time runs out, then that's when all the generics come out that are the same thing that cost 20% of the cost.
I think a patent is good for 15 years or something like that.
Yeah.
And in today's electronic industry, that's eternity.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So they talk about, one person, they've wondered if the 3 series will continue after the R3. They say since the R3 is aimed at the same customer base as the EOS R1, and Canon's official statement is that the EOS R3 would continue even after the R1 hits the shelves. Supposedly a connection that they have has indicated the 3 series will continue after the R3 has run its course. A 3 series camera is presumably rumored for Q1, Q2 of 2026. And Canon Rumors has an opinion piece, which is interesting, titled "Let's Redo the APS-C Lineup in 2025, Please." I did read that. It was pretty funny and entertaining. They also had an interview with Leica in an article titled "Leica Sales Are Dominated by the Q Series of Cameras." It's a good read. I read that one too. If you have time, they talk about the collaboration that they've had with Leica over the years, and Leica and Panasonic's involvement with Leica, and what Leica does for them and what Panasonic does for Leica. So it's a pretty good article to read. And that's it. So the only thing I got left is that camera that I was going to talk about with you. So give me a minute to get my cheat sheet. And Randall's commented here in our private chat that the U.S. patent is for a 20-year period of time.
It varies depending on what the patent's for, though.
Yeah. So what I'm going to share with you, give me a minute. I got multiple things I have to get set up here. And I always go as fast as I can, and then I got to actually get the camera. I don't have everything. I don't have everything as quite as close to me as Roy does.
It's not very close to me at the moment. It's all upstairs.
Yeah.
I'd love to have shown off all the F3s.
Yeah, I should have said, Roy, why don't you run up there and get that F3 HP for me?
That would be a good presentation, Roy, showing all the F3 models you have.
Yeah, maybe. Hey, next time, maybe. Next time you get up there or whatever, we have you share those models on the
Love
show.
to.
Whenever you're up there again.
I sent you the F3 display from the museum, Roy, before.
I love the F3. It's my favorite camera, film camera.
Yes.
So what I'm gonna show you guys is, everybody knows I collect cameras, and every camera collector has their own rhyme or reason why they want to get a certain camera, and sometimes there is no rhyme or reason. Let's admit it. It's like gas at a lower level because you're not paying as much money typically for an old camera as you are for the modern stuff that's out there. So you can still satisfy your gas without going broke. That's how I look at it. and I do at times take risks when I try to buy a camera. Let's say that's $100 or less. I probably have a batting average of about 500 on those. Half the time, it's a camera. Well, I'd say 80% of the time, the camera has something that needs to be done to it, and I can fix some of those things, and so I end up being 50-50. Half the time, it's a display unit only, and half the time it's a functional, usable camera that looks pretty good. Now, I recently bought, before I show it to you, I'll just tell you what it is. I bought call it a Pentax ME Super Special Edition. And I call it the little camera that no one remembers. And it came out, it was built in the 1979 to 1984 era. It was not built for a long, long time. So I'm going to show you the camera. Unfortunately, the lens I got on it is very long, but I will show it on the screen here. I'll put myself on the big screen so I can show you the camera, and I'll talk about it. So here's the camera. I'm going to take the lens off. I think the body is extremely small. It is smaller than a Pentax K1000, and I'll give you the dimensions in a little bit. Now, I bought this camera, and you're not going to believe this. This camera, I checked the metering system against my new cameras. Yeah. It's dead nuts. It's dead nuts perfect. Metering system is perfect. Everything works perfect. It has very, very minor scratches near the tripod socket. Other than that, it does not have a scratch on it anywhere. Not on the pentaprism, not on the top. I'm going to take the flash off because it's too hard for you to see the top of the camera. So I bought this camera with a Pentax flash, a AF200S, and it works. It works. I put batteries in it. It works perfect. The flash works. The camera works perfect. the camera looks perfect. Here's the top of it. And you're
Yeah.
going to say, wow, that's funky. What's going on with that? And that's going to require an explanation in a few minutes. Okay. Everything on it's perfect. It came with a Tokina. It didn't come with a Pentax lens. It came with a Tokina ATX lens, which was their higher lens line back in the day.
Yeah.
35 to 200 millimeter, 3.5 to 4.5 with a close focusing, lockable close focusing ring on it.
Very popular
In mint
lens.
condition. In mint condition.
Very popular lenses in the 80s, those Tokinas.
Yeah.
Tokina were one of the better lens makers.
Yeah. And so let me get my cheat sheet out here. So the question is, so you go, what's so special? What's so special about this camera? Wouldn't you want a K1000? And all I can say, being a collector, yeah, K1000 might be something I would get if I find a good copy. There's a lot of crappy copies out there, and then they're way overpriced. I mean, for what they are, bare bones, basic camera, they sell for a lot more than they sold brand new, and they're really not worth it, So I got this thing with the zoom, with a Tamrac camera bag, with a cable release, with the manual, with the flash for $54.
Wow.
That's cheap.
$54. So this is my deal of the last 6 months. $54 near mint camera with a mint lens and a mint flash that works and an accurate metering system and a camera bag to boot with an old style mechanical cable release and the original manual for $54 plus shipping. I'll have to add the shipping plus shipping. So what a deal. I mean, basically, for someone that's, say, taking a photo class and a lot of those classes, they want you to learn with a film camera first. You got the whole thing here for $54. And now some of the features in the camera is it has center weighted metering. It's not like a modern camera where you have spot and you have matrix and you have, maybe one other, mode that you could averaging or whatever that you might have, but it was only center weighted metering. Now it has what they call a diagonal split screen, and I'm going to bring up the picture.
But those days they were like that, right? I mean,
They're all like that.
yeah.
I'm going to bring up the picture of the viewfinder because I'll be talking about the viewfinder in a minute.
Yeah.
Now, this is the picture here that you see of the viewfinder is not of the special edition version, which this one is. It's of the ME Super, not the ME Super SE. So the ME Super has a split screen here, but it's horizontal, and that's how most cameras had them. And then they had the microprism collar that went around it, and then everything outside of that was like ground glass. And what this horizontal split would do is when you were focusing, you'd find something that was vertical in your image, and it would break it. It would separate it if you weren't focused. The vertical would be off like this, and then you would change the focus and line it up, and you knew you were in focus. And the advantage of what's in the only difference between the ME Super and the ME Super Special Edition is with the Special Edition, instead of having a horizontal split, it goes from like the 8 o'clock position to the 2 o'clock position. So it's on an angle. So it works on splitting an image if you're putting it on a horizontal plane on something that's horizontal. And it works good with vertical orientation, and it works good with horizontal. With the one you see in the picture here, it's only good for vertical. If you got a horizontal object, edge on a horizontal object, you have to you got to rotate the camera a little bit, right, in order to get what you want to get. Or you don't even use the split and you go with the microprism collar instead, which I always found to be a pain in the neck, because some cameras, it's really, really hard to tell if you're in focus with the microprism collar. Some of them work good and some of them really, really stink. Now, the other difference was you could only get the SE version in chrome. The non-SE version, you could get a black body or a chrome body. The film range was ISO 12 to 1600. It used Pentax K-mount bayonet lenses. And that's important to realize it's a K-mount bayonet lens, because there are a lot of Pentax lenses that are screw mount that they used to make for Exacta cameras back in the day. So if the person doesn't describe the lens good enough, or you got to make sure you look at the back of the lens, because don't just say, oh, there's a 50 millimeter 1.4, I want it, and you go and you buy it, and then it's not going to have the right mount. It might be a screw mount, not a bayonet mount. It has an electronic vertical focal plane shutter with metal curtains. It's got a self-timer. That works. And what's weird about the self-timer, though, a lot of self-timers, when you pull the lever down, behind the lever, you have like a little button that you would push to get it to start. It doesn't have that. You know, when you pull the lever down, you have to like you have to touch the lever and move it upward slightly with your finger, and then it goes.
Are the screens interchangeable, or is it just the one
Screens are not
screen?
interchangeable. I'm going to come back to this image later because I want to show the camera more. I'll redo the screen share in a minute. I'm just going to take the lens off because it's a little unwieldy for me with it on right now. But look at it. Look at this lens. There's not a mark on it. There's not a mark on it. Nice and shiny. I don't think it was ever used.
Now, did you get that from the guy that was selling it, or was it from a Japan store?
No, I got it in the USA on eBay.
Must be a state.
You know, and yeah. So when you pull the self-timer lever down, there's no button there, and then on the front you got your. This is your. It has a cap on it, but that's your. I can't move my finger right when I'm PC sync socket here, and when you look at the top, you got your hot shoe, and you've got a mode selector knob here, and we'll get into that. And you got your frame counter over here. You got your wine lever here. The mode selector, the modes that you have to choose from is you have an auto mode. It's aperture priority camera. So you adjust the aperture on the lens and it selects the shutter speed in auto mode. It has a manual mode. It has what they call a 125X mode. And what the 125th is your sync speed for your flash. If you have a Pentax flash, you don't have to put it in that mode because it will automatically change your shutter speed to 1/125th of a second if you have the same brand flash. But if you have an off-brand flash, then that's just a quick way to set the flash shutter speed properly. And then you have a B mode for bulb. Now you have these two buttons. Okay, you've got two buttons. And notice that you do not have a shutter speed dial on this camera. It does not have a shutter speed dial. It has two buttons. And we'll explain what that does when I bring up the image of what you see in the viewfinder in a second. You got your hot shoe, you got your rewind button, and you have an exposure compensation where you can go -1/4, -1/2 EV, or +2 or +4. And then you also have the little window where you get it. You can't see it here, really. Can't really see it. You lift the wheel, and there's a window here for your ASA, setting your ASA on the camera. And I'm going to bring up that image again. Let's see if I missed anything. The camera's all metal, except for there's a few plastic parts, like a little bit of plastic on the self timer, a little bit of plastic on the knob, but for the most part, it's a solid metal camera. The viewfinder is really bright. It has a 0.95 magnification and 92% coverage. And we'll get into what is in the viewfinder when you look through it. I will bring that up again. Oops. Okay. Like I said, I can't get rid of my name on here, can I? I don't think I can. That stinks. So when you look through the viewfinder, you don't have any information other than your shutter speeds. And then you have the word under and the word over. And you have M and you have EF, and I'll explain what all those are. When you are in automatic mode and you set your f-stop with your lens, one of these LEDs is going to light up for what shutter speed it's telling you is appropriate for the right exposure. Now, if you go into manual mode, this M is going to light up, and the M is going to light up green, and that'll stay lit up as long as you're in manual mode, just to let you know you're in manual mode. Now, once you get in manual mode, things get dicey because you don't know where the shutter speed is going to fall. It's going to fall wherever it's set at, and of course, you don't have a shutter speed dial, so you're saying, well, what the heck do I do now? Well, that's where those little buttons I showed you were for. If you push on the button closest to the lens, your shutter speed will go up. If you push the other button, the shutter speed selected will go down. And how you know what you need for shutter speed is when you go into manual mode, say a 60th of a second is lit up. And the word under is lit up, telling you that for your f-stop you selected and a 60th of a second you're underexposed, and the under will light up red. Or it could be you're at a 60th of a second and the over indicator will be lit up red. Then you have to toggle those little buttons until either the word over or the word under are no longer illuminated, and then you know you have the correct shutter speed for the f-stop that you picked. And the EF button, the dot next to the EF button will illuminate, and it will blink. It'll blink red, and they call that in the exposure factor indicator. Why they called it that, I don't know, but it basically, if you set an exposure compensation on your body, that exposure factor will blink red until you get rid of your exposure compensation. So that's how you know you left your exposure compensation on.
Hey, Jeff, Luis is in the green room.
Okay. Okay, I'll get you in here, Luis. I'm almost done here.
Oh, no worries.
Now, the other thing is like the M will blink. If you have your flash on, the M will blink when your flash is charged fully and let you know you're ready to take another flash shot. So you don't per se have a flash ready indicator, but they're using the M as a way of if it blinks with the flash on, the flash is ready to fire. And
So Jeff, to operate this camera, you would, let's say you put your ISO 100, right?
yeah,
You have your aperture set in your lens, and then you will move with those little buttons up and down until the appropriate speed will light up.
well, you move it up and down until either the over indicator or the under indicator are not lit.
Oh,
Okay, because you're gonna
what is
just
the speed that you're using?
you're using the buttons. You're changing the shutter speed because it's saying with that f-stop that you set on the lens, if it
Oh,
comes
okay.
up and 1/60th is lit up, and then the word under is lit up, you're going to have to change your shutter. You're going to have to use the buttons
Up and
and
down.
change your shutter speed until that under is not lit up anymore. Then you're right. Then you're where you want to be.
Okay.
So you don't have a shutter speed dial. You have these buttons that you got to toggle back and forth.
So in a way, it's a version of aperture priority, right?
Well, you have an aperture priority mode where if you're in aperture priority mode, when you adjust your f-stop, it gives you the correct shutter speed.
Mm.
Okay. It just the shutter speed is going to light up. You're going to say, oh, I'm at f7.1 and I'm at 1/25th of a second. And then you got to decide, well, oh, I got a moving subject. I'm going to adjust my f-stop so that I'm at 1/1000th of a second. And then you take the picture. But when you're in manual mode, you have to, if you want to get the right exposure, you have to adjust your shutter speed so that the under or over indicator is not lit up. Otherwise, you're not going to get the right exposure. So it's a really interesting camera, and that's one reason I decided I wanted to get it, and it was in great looking shape, and I lucked out, and it's a deal. I mean, like I said, it weighs less than a pound. It's 15.725 ounces with the battery. It's only 5.13 inches wide, 3 1/4 high, and 1.93 deep. Very, very. I think it's smaller than an OM1, to be honest with you. Very, very small. And if your battery goes dead, it'll still work. It'll still work at 1/125th of a second, or in bulb mode. And so now the few negatives. It doesn't have a depth of field preview button. Doesn't have an auto exposure lock button. But you don't need that. If you're shooting manual, you don't need an auto exposure lock button if you're in manual mode. You do not have you have a fixed focusing screen. It's not removable. But that was common for bodies in this era, mid-tier cameras. And then on the miscellaneous side, it uses two easily obtained batteries, LR44 batteries. You could get the original Pentax winder. ME is funny. This is funny. It only did 1.5 frames per second. And if you want to spend the extra money, you can buy the ME version 2, which did a whopping 2 frames per second.
Winders weren't for speed in those days. They were just to save you having to wind it.
Yeah. And it had various data backs that you could buy for it, and it does have the mechanical cable release to go into the threaded area of the shutter button. And I tell you, I'm so happy with how this thing, the shape that this thing is in, that I actually. Give me a second here.
Jeez.
Jeez,
We flash and everything.
flash and everything. But yeah, the thing works like a champ. So for $54, that's my bargain in the last 6 months.
Very lightly used, Jeff.
If at all.
So I actually ordered for it. I ordered because I was able to get them cheap and they're in mint condition. I ordered a 50 millimeter f1.4 and I ordered a 135 millimeter f3.5.
Oh,
Good
wow.
lenses.
Okay.
So I think between those two lenses and the 35 to 200 with close focusing, I'm good.
Did that came with this camera at that time came with a little case or not?
Yeah, it came with a.
Oh, $54.
No, not a bag, but a case.
No, it didn't come with a case. It came with this
Oh,
bag.
okay. The time rack thing, yes, they were popular. They started to be that probably relatively late added to that camera.
Put the long lens on it. You just drop it right in.
Yeah.
The lens just goes right in the middle.
Yeah.
That was more expensive than the camera, or not?
Probably.
Probably. The flash was probably as expensive as the camera. But
Good deal.
So that's the whole point here is, other than sharing it, is that if you look hard enough, and you're stubborn enough, like I am, and I look at way too many of these old cameras, you can find a gem without breaking the bank. It can happen. Is it easy? Absolutely not. Can you do it? Yes, you can. You can do it, and there's no way. That this camera is not worth $54. Actually, I know the camera with everything on it is probably worth more like $300 at least. So I made out very well from a collector's standpoint and a user's standpoint.
Well, beautiful. Congratulations.
But
Yeah,
Rakesh,
that's
it's a Pentax ME Super. It says ME Super over here, and on this side it says SE for special edition. ME Super special edition, 1976 to 1984.
What kind of film did you come in there?
Much better than a K1000.
Easily. Never liked the K1000. It's junky.
You know.
Spotmatic was good though.
Yeah, there's K1000. There's K1000s out there that look decent, but they're like $300. That camera knew what a lens was. When I was a kid, and that camera was new with a lens. It was probably went on sale at the department store for like $130. So they want you find one that looks good. It's $300 camera, and I'm not willing to pay $300 for a K1000.
But with your $54 investment there, just to get a roll of film developed, and will cost you close to the $54.
But
Yeah.
it's part of the game that you play as a collector, and there is no other camera that has no shutter speed dial and has the buttons, and you know what? It's actually more convenient. Your fingers are right there anyway. When you push down the shutter part way, the LED stays lit for a while, and you have time to move those other buttons up and down to get it where you have to get it. And the LEDs even, I forgot to mention this, the LEDs, let me find my sheet here. The LEDs have different colors because they what they do was the LEDs that fall next to 1/60th of a second to 1/2000th of a second illuminate green. The ones that are 1/30th of a second or slower light up yellow. And the reason that they made it a different color is to kind of warn you that if your LED is yellow, you may have a blurry picture because your shutter speed is so slow. So was there a way of giving you a hint that maybe you need to use a tripod, or be very careful because you're shooting at a very slow shutter speed and you might not get a good result. So they actually, thought that out, and they have it so the LEDs at a certain range are one color and another range are green. I think that was very, very smart thinking on their part. Really, really good.
No, the Pentax were very popular in the late 70s and early 80s, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's just pretty. You could still be amazed by what they did in the old days. It is interesting what they did. And we got Mozman here. Hello, Mozman. Justin kind of convinced me to do 3 more hours. Oh, my wife's asleep, and I put the dog on the bed, and the dog didn't try to sneak back upstairs. I think the dog is wiped out because she's still on pain meds and antibiotics, and I think she finally passed out. So I got two life forms asleep other than, and not me. So Luis, what's going on? What are you doing? What are you up to?
I'm a bit confused because we just changed to winter time. I have no idea what time it is now.
Hey, join the club.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know what time it is now.
No, because it says it's 5:21 on my computer now. I don't know if that changed. Supposedly, yes. So
Should have done.
are you guys running for more than 3 hours now, or what?
No, we actually had a lot of conversation tonight, and we were running over, and I said, well, I'll talk about that camera because I already put a presentation together, and next week we got the photo review. So
yeah.
And then we did talk about the F3 series of Nikon cameras, and the next time Roy is up on the third story of his house, he owns all of the F3 camera bodies except for one, so he's gonna share those with us the next time that he can, because that really was amazing what Nikon, amazing that they really could stretch out a model number as long as they did, because
22 years.
22 years that the F3 or F3 variant was out there for the pros to buy.
Yeah,
that's pretty impressive. I don't think, Roy, I don't think any other camera manufacturer had a model that ran that long.
Can't think of one.
Yeah.
They made so many models, I had to collect them though.
Yeah, Luis, I think this is the time of the year where Europe, daylight saving times, and US are out of sync for about a couple of weeks.
Yeah, I remember from last year. Yeah. But it's so I don't know what time it is. It doesn't matter.
No, it's 5:24 for you. I can see it in my phone here after that.
Yeah, then it's correct. So it changed already. That's why I was like, I was getting worried that the live stream already stopped, because I just woke up like, it's way too late now.
Your microwave may say something different, but
I know. I have to have a look in a minute.
Well, your body is saying something different. That's the.
But I know. But I still work night shifts, so from time to time. So it's you don't get used to it, but you know what it is. No, I have 2 pictures to share, and I'll make sure I have. Do you want me to share 2 pictures today, or I send them for next week? No, I have more.
You could share 2, and we'll end the show on that. You want to share the 2 pictures? We'll let you go ahead.
Let me get the glass of water here. I'm starting to run on fumes here.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
And Luis, I did answer your questions of what I took to Japan in the early on, so you had to rewatch the whole thing.
Oh, I looked to that. Yeah,
Yeah,
because I was in Japan last year
Okay.
with my wife and my son, and that was a different world.
Yes.
No, share those pictures. That's fine.
Let's have a look. Let's have a look how that goes. Yeah.
We'll just leave the first one up for a while until Gustavo gets back.
Yeah, I'll share screen. What is this? What is this? My computer is asking me to do all kinds of things. There we go. Ah, come on.
Yeah, you make sure you open up the image file first.
Yeah.
Then you go to share screen, and then you click on window.
Yeah.
And then it should show up. It should show the file that you have opened up in the background, and then you just click on it and hit share.
I remember that. It's just that my computer is asking me permission for everything that I gave permission like months ago. And I was like, what is all of this?
Well, if it starts asking you if you're a bot and then says find the cars in this picture.
Yeah, I know that. Then it's too far.
Yeah, it's too far. Yeah.
No, our two pictures from one from Portugal, one from Spain, from the last 2 weeks. But
Yeah,
I'm pressing on.
Either that, or if it's easier for you, you could just send them to me in an email, and I'll open up the email and I'll bring them in.
Yeah,
if you want.
I'll do that quickly.
So Rakesh got a deal here too.
Look at any camera. Wow.
I'll be honest with you. I've stopped buying stuff for the most part from KEH because KEH is not what it used to be. Not what it
No, they
used.
don't check it anymore.
Yeah, they don't check much anything anymore. When you get a camera that says it's in excellent condition, and you look through the viewfinder and the thing is just filthy dirty, and what did you do? What'd you do to it? I mean, that's the first thing you need to do is clean the viewfinder screen, clean the focusing screen, make sure the mirror's clean, make sure at least the outside of the viewfinder glass is clean, and when you get it and it's filthy dirty, it's like it doesn't meet the conditions of being called an excellent camera at that point. And another thing too, for those of you that think about collecting cameras or whatever, in a very in very many ways, if you buy a camera especially from the unless it was pristinely stored, and I mean like stored properly, there is a very high probability that you need to assume that you're going to have to send the camera out for a new foam for the shutter mirror, because that'll be falling apart and flaking apart, and you'll need new seals in the back of the camera, so it's light tight for your film, and if you find someone that's good, you might be able to get that done for about $60.
Or do it yourself.
Or you could do it yourself. Yeah.
Most cameras that age.
No. That's incorrect. I don't know what's happening here. No. This is not working out today, and the files are too big to be sent by email. I just tried.
All right.
But why don't you can display your computer, Luis, and share with a share screen?
I've done that for a long time, but then
exactly. So you
hang on. There we go.
Yeah.
There you go.
There we go. Oh, that looks wonderful.
I saw that one in your Instagram. It's beautiful.
Yeah,
Gorgeous.
What kind of bird is that?
Well, it's originally from the Southeast Asia.
Southeast Asia, okay.
But there are a few populations in Portugal and Spain, very small, but it's a beautiful bird. the first time I saw it.
Beautiful, beautiful.
And
So that was
then
taken with what camera, Luis?
was with the Z8 and the
Okay.
600 PF.
And this is not cropped, correct?
It is cropped.
Okay.
It is cropped, and it's maybe 50%, but it's still quite good.
Yeah, you can see. Wow, you can see the iris. It's
Yeah.
red too. Beautiful.
Yeah, it's a good lens. I mean,
No, it's I tell you, it's
and I think it's that way.
Oh wow.
different box.
Yes, and this one is in Spain. It's again the 600 PF.
Where in Spain did you photograph this one, Luis?
It's in Extremadura. This is a picture as I took it, by the way.
Okay.
I actually extended it, the field a bit to the right, because it was almost clipping the wing.
Yeah, that's a place that I remember a friend of mine when I was living in London that went to photograph the griffon vulture. So if I go for the Cristo Spain, that's a place that I want to photograph. Too.
Well, yeah, well, there are griffon vultures pretty much everywhere in Spain and in the east of Portugal, in the interior of Portugal. So they are luckily still quite common. But this is in the National Park Monfragüe in Extremadura, so not far from Portugal.
Well, and the fact that you can get you can get a location where you can be a relatively high position, so that you're photographing at eye level rather than photographing up.
Yeah, this is a canyon. This is at the bend of a road, a very popular stop for everybody, birder or not, because they breed around there, and they're always perched. If you see those rocks on the left-hand side of the bird, that extends. Well, it's not very high, but it's because it's a canyon and it's a river. This is a river that actually flows all the way down to Lisbon in Portugal. So it's very easy to park. Just wait for the odd one that flies a bit lower, and then you can have eye level shots, or even from above, which
Exactly.
Yeah, you normally don't see griffins from above, but there you can.
Beautiful, great captures.
But I have some 500 pictures that I kind of selected, but I so far I had no time to process. I processed these two, but all the others I made a short list of the ones that I want to process. But it was funny that I was there with two Dutch friends, and we at some stage we were chasing American vacant birds that weren't supposed to be in Portugal. We saw 4 American species in Portugal. That was quite fun. We saw a yellow-crowned night heron in the south of Portugal. We saw an American golden plover. We saw a white-rumped sandpiper and a long-billed dowitcher, all in Portugal.
Wow. Hurricane season, bringing all those.
Yeah, that's it. That's probably the case, at least for the night heron.
Yeah, Mozman put up a comment here. Did I talk about the Tony and Chelsea video, the best wildlife camera money can buy? And I commented that I don't, which is true. I don't frequent their channel, so I didn't see that. And I asked them what the verdict was, and I haven't seen a response yet. So I don't know what they.
Was that the recent video?
It must have been one of their recent videos, but I don't watch their channel, so I wouldn't know.
They've done that a couple times, so.
There's so many creators out there, you got to pick and choose, and I don't even get to watch the ones anymore that I want to half the time. I don't know if any of you watch Raymond Parker or not.
I do.
If you do not, Ray had a sad video. I mean, I was sad about it. it appears that he's going through a serious cancer situation right now, and
It's not
he
good.
is going to be not doing any shows for.
Oh,
The way he worded it was he doesn't even know if he'll be back doing shows at all anymore. And we all hope that that's not true. We hope that he can get treatment for what he has and come back. And you talk about a true gentleman in the photographic community.
gentle soul.
The guy is probably the most polite and soft-spoken person that I've ever seen on YouTube on a photo channel in my life, and I wish him well, and I hope that everything works out for him. And for those of you who maybe haven't frequented his channel in a while, but you did, maybe go in there and look at his video and leave him some kind words and words of encouragement for him. I know he would appreciate that. Mazman saying that Tony and Chelsea chose the Z9 with the 600 f4 and Chelsea chose the A1. That doesn't, Chelsea choosing the A1 in a way doesn't surprise me at all, because to be honest with you, most of the people that I know that shoot Sony are females. And I think part of that is because one of my complaints with the Sony, because I'm a big guy and I don't have meat hooks for fingers, but they're kind of long, and most of their cameras, I mean, the A1 is much better than a lot of their other camera bodies, but my finger gets pinched between the lens and the grip. And if you're a female with slender fingers, you're not going to have that problem. So it doesn't surprise, and a lot of female shooters want lighter gear as well. They don't want stuff that's as heavy. So her choosing an A1 does not surprise me at all. I've met a lot of female photographers that shoot the A1, and I think because the grip ergonomics is not an issue for them because of their size of their fingers, and it's light. And definitely if you're my size, a Z9 is not a problem. You're not worrying about the weight of the Z9, so that's not a big concern. So, but yeah, I did not watch their watch their channel. And Tim's saying here that he was surprised that Tony chose Nikon. Yeah, they're not a channel that typically is very Nikon friendly overall, from what I hear. But like I said, I do not.
Maybe he's looking for a new sponsor. He upset the last one.
Oh, can be.
Well, I think he liked the 600 TC because of it's an almost zoom,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And that was his deciding. Yeah, but they also said you couldn't go wrong with any of the three. It's just what features do you like better.
Mm-hmm. Did you guys see the one from Steve Perry about 70 to 200s, or the ISO trap, as I think he mentioned, that people take like a 300?
Oh, if you're not, if you're cropping it, whether you have a fast aperture lens, but then you're cropping the heck out of it, you're losing all the advantages of having a fast aperture lens.
Well, I think that it's very true for. I'm probably one of those that takes a 70 to 200 because it's f2.8 and then ends up almost never using it.
Yeah.
Nice lens though.
Yeah. See, he seems very good. What I like about Steve is he comes up with things that when he says it, you're like, yeah, you're absolutely right, but you didn't necessarily think of it that, you know what I mean? What he says is true, and you go, yeah, it's funny. I never really thought about it like that. You may have chosen a 2.8 for, like I said, the reasons that many people do. Oh, I'm going to be shooting before the sun comes up, and I need to have the wider aperture and blah blah blah. But like there's other considerations that.
But the difference with Steve, compared with the people that we have mentioned here.
Yeah.
Steve is a nature photographer first,
Yeah.
and then a YouTuber and
Yeah.
something else. Correct?
Yeah, yeah.
So the advice that you get from him is somebody that his uh, his primary concern is nature and nature photography. So
Yeah.
so that will line up better with what we think. I don't. To tell you the truth, I don't care what Tony think about the C9 with the F40C. He sometimes say, "No, I'm a wildlife photographer." Honestly, for me, there's a big difference with somebody that does it occasionally and somebody like Steve.
Hmm.
Yeah, I mean, and hey, like sometimes a certain person, who I won't name names because I don't typically. Once in a while, I might make a snide remark once in a great while. Very rare though. Uh, is you have some people that say, well, I know what's right, you don't, because I shoot 3 brands of cameras and I actually use those 3 brands of cameras and you don't, so you should listen to me because I've used them all and I could tell you which one's better than the other. And well, in the case with when it comes to bird photography, Steve has a Sony A1 kit, he has a Sony kit, and he has a Nikon kit, and he uses both. And so and so he isn't someone that's just only ever shot Nikon, and then people would say, well, if you ever tried the A1, you probably like that better. Well, he shot the A1. He shoots with the A1. He shoots with the Z9. He shoots with the Z8. He's tried the Z6 III, so on and so forth and whatnot. And so I respect someone like that,
Yeah.
because when he says something, 99.99% of the time, I agree with what he says. And he's someone that you can trust because he's taken hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of pictures too. He's not someone that goes out and borrows a camera that just came out and he uses it for 3 days and then he writes about it like he's used it for 3 months. 4 times a week, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pictures. So when he does a review, he'll tell you I just got it. I was just given it to me this morning by Nikon and I only had 2 hours with it. He tells you that. I only had it for 2 hours. This is what I did. This is my first impression. When I get one that I can keep for a longer period of time, you'll get a more in-depth review. But yeah, he's a very trusting source of information. I mean, I've talked to him not on the phone, but I've talked to him via email, several times, and he's class act. Very, very, very nice guy. Very nice guy.
So Luis, question here: is your Thailand trip in the future or already you?
Yeah, next January.
Next January. Okay.
Yeah. And I go with the same 2 Dutch friends that went to Portugal and Spain with me.
Okay.
And I also visited my family in the meantime. So I combined both.
That sounds like a deal.
Yeah, both activities. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
No, that little finch, beautiful. Definitely, beautiful looking.
yeah, that one was a bit of a wild guess. On the way from those vultures, let's say, from that area.
Yeah, I noticed in your Instagram, for those of you that are wildlife photographers, I recommend you go and visit Luis' Instagram. He's a great wildlife photographer. I noticed that you also photograph in Costa Rica another of these Skype, I will call it invasive. It was another type of finch.
Oh, Amunia.
We got David taking
Thank you.
off on us here tonight, guys. So let's say
Take
goodbye
care.
to David.
Take care.
Thanks,
Bye-bye.
Dave.
Bye.
See ya.
Now, Luis,
Good night, Anita. I know you're hiding.
the bird that is worthwhile dedicated trip to Japan to photograph, which is not what I did. I went for the I was a regular tourist, but the one that is for the truly wildlife aficionado, obviously the cranes, but the one that is kind of dream
The
bird,
Stellar.
the Stella,
Yeah,
exactly. But then you have to go in the winter
I
to
know to
Hokkaido,
Hokkaido. Yeah,
exactly. And for those that don't know, I mean, the Stellar Sea Eagle is the biggest of the eagles. It's a magnificent bird.
yeah,
But
yeah.
you have to travel to Japan just to photograph that.
Yeah, that's for sure. But it's but Hokkaido can be quite cold in the winter, so I don't know if
Yeah,
it's something for me.
that's what I say. You
Yeah,
have to. That's an expedition type of photography rather than.
absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, that's I don't know. I don't know if I'll do that. But it's yeah, it is true. It's I know. But there are plenty of other things in Japan, and if you go further south, you go more into the subtropical species, and then I
No,
mean
no.
there are things to be photographed
Oh
everywhere in the
no,
world.
no. Look
So,
in I tell you. Okay, so I got hopefully got a good decent, and I was not expected to photograph the brown a brown
a brown what? Sorry.
deeper,
Oh, I see. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
which I like because I mean I'm partial to deepers. Right?
Hmm.
I like to photograph them. It just happened that I was photographing a waterfall, and then I had to go through the whole issue, Jeff,
Yes,
changing
yes.
from a 14 for the zoom lens to the 100 to 400, changing lenses, putting the converter. But I managed to get it. Uh, Good record pick, that hey, I
Oh,
saw
yeah,
it.
very good.
But that place that I visited, the problem is that the full migration already passed. It has some potential. The one that I saw, few birds, not that many. And I asked them, hey, do you have feeders or stuff that were
No,
they?
no, it's. I found it a bit difficult when I was there.
Yeah, but
End of
the birds look beautiful.
yeah, yeah, absolutely. It was end of August. Was quite warm, and
Oh,
a lot of the let's say the migrating breeding birds. A lot of them were gone.
exactly.
I realized that I missed a few species
Yeah,
that I thought they would be that easy, but there was nothing.
that, that is. If I were to go to do more photography on the nature side, I would go in spring.
Yeah, but that's everywhere in the world.
No, that's true. Exactly.
That's-
Exactly. By
I
the way,
agree with you because every time it's spring, I think, well, I could go there and there and there and there and there, but it can only be in
well,
one
so then
place.
you have options, right?
Of
By the
course.
way, that was actually a good suggestion. I don't think he's here today, but when in one of our programs, so that's how we all influence each other, correct? I think Tim Hunter, correct, which is an
Oh,
Australian.
yeah.
He had visited Japan multiple times, and that's what got me going. Okay. Then I found out that there was a direct flight, so I said, okay, let me
Ah, I
check that.
see.
But then it was one of the first, and then you have to do your research. Correct. I eventually report out completely. Correct. It's a summer. It's terrible to go to
I
Japan.
know. I
It's
know. Yeah.
extremely hot. Even for me, somebody here from the mountains, October, the only not only complaint, it still was very hot and humid on October. Okay, and,
Yeah,
uh,
yeah, yeah.
so it can be very hot and very. If I were to go there, I will go later, like December or late November, or in the spring, right? And that have consequences, right? But then the spring sounds like the easiest bet to get some combination of wildlife and sightseeing.
Yeah. But yeah, that's for sure. Yeah. But
What time of the year do you visit?
where? Sorry.
What type of the year do you visit with your wife and son?
Oh, anytime.
No, what time of the year? Spring, summer, fall?
Oh, you mean in Japan or in general? It doesn't matter.
Mhm. No, but you said that you visited Japan recently.
Oh yeah, but it was at the end of August.
Okay. Yeah, that's probably very hot.
That's very hot. I'm just showing you one of the birds which is our targets in going to be our target in Thailand.
Okay. Not
If you-
familiar with that wading bird.
It's this one here with a spoon-billed. It's a
Oh,
spoon-billed
okay.
sandpiper.
Okay.
There are not many of them, but this is a picture that I took also in Thailand, and it's like it's one of the most I don't say it's the it's a species which is critically endangered, and
Okay.
Thailand is the best place to go and eventually see them. But
Oh, it's funny. That's the one my eye went right to when I looked at it. And I'm like, does it have a fish in its mouth or something? And I'm like, no, that's not a fish.
No, that's.
And I'm like, that's a mutation.
Exactly. But if you are in these are a very known salt ponds called Paktale, and if you go there, even with your telescope, you're looking through hundreds, if not thousands, of similar looking birds, and then you try to spot the one with a spoon-billed.
So I will ask you a question and then a challenge for you when you visit there. Hey, by the way, guys, I thank you for taking the challenge of photographing the comet. I know that's you guys were talking. But when it feeds, right? Does it feed like a sandpiper? Like
Doesn't matter.
Well, when it feeds, it feeds more like a spoonbill. Just at the
side by side.
So you can spot the difference by all the others are peering into the mud, and this one is at the surface, spooning everything.
Exactly.
But when they are resting, it's if one of these is asleep, you don't see the difference. Basically,
it looks the same. Yeah,
it's horrible. But okay, but this is what one of my friends wants to see. So when we are there in January, we are trying to go for these species on day 1 or 2.
So imagine, Jeff, when the sandpipers, that you mentioned, that they go this kind of sewing machine in the mud, correct?
Yeah.
Very rapidly. So then you see a sandpiper that is going side by side on the mud or in the surface. That would be weird.
Yeah, and this is with the 500 PF. This picture.
Okay.
Which one you like, 600 or the 500?
If I go with the hiking, well, let's say if I go on a birding, if I can carry all the gear I want, I take the 600. Just because it takes the teleconverters and has slightly more reach than the 500. But if I'm hiking somewhere, and I'll take the 500 anytime. Although with the F2Z, it's almost as long as the 600.
Yes.
But, at this moment, I give it a slight advantage to the 600. But they are both sharp anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had the 500 for a long time, and I love
the 600 is more stable with the Z bodies than the 500.
Yes.
I mean, I used my 500 so much I had to wore it out, and I had to bring it to Nikon and have them they had to put in new autofocus motors. I wore the thing out.
Yeah,
but it's a great lens. I mean,
it's a great lens.
People say, "Oh, what do you think of that lens?" I go, "I think it's great. Don't even think twice. If you can get one at a good price, get it, man.
Exactly.
Get it."
Yeah.
Randall was asking about Joey a minute ago in the private chat, and he only made one comment. I think he came back he was just getting back from a trip, and he was really worn out. So he just kind of said hi and like one message and said hi, and of course now I'm looking for the message and going back in the chat, and I don't see it, but I remember him just saying hi, and he got back from a from a long trip or whatever, and he wasn't going to stay on, and he just kind of like disappeared.
Yeah.
Who the comment or?
Yes.
I don't know if it was in the private chat or no.
Oh,
I think it
in
was.
the
I
chat.
think it was in the comments, but for whatever reason, I just couldn't find it.
It was in the
I-
chat early on.
It was in
Very
the
early
chat
on.
early on. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. He. I forget, where did he say he went? Sounded like he was in
I
a
don't
foreign
think
country.
Bunking, ranking, something like that, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. So he's.
Anyway,
Working-
guys, this picture is with a 500 PF, and this is a heavy crop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was really far, and I could only find the bird through a telescope of a guide that was in that area, because I was looking for a long time and I couldn't find anything, and then I saw these 3 people looking to the same direction, and then I thought, well, I'm going to have a look what they're looking at, and they had found this bird. But this is a 500 PF at its best. It's really far. Hardly any eyes, luckily. By the way, guys, in these last 2 weeks in Portugal, I had many pictures that I threw away because of heat eyes. It was unbelievable.
Because of what?
Heat eyes. There was a lot of humidity and warmth during the day.
The haze.
Haze, yeah.
Yeah, that's a killer.
Yeah. The temperatures were not that high, so you don't think about it, but the humidity was so high. There were a lot of shots over fields that were completely destroyed.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
We're gonna call it a night here in a few minutes, everybody.
Very good.
And a reminder here before we go, to please send in some photos, a photo, something, for the photo review next Saturday. Want to get at least 30 more than what I have. I think we got 36. I think I said I have to go back and look, but I think it was like 36 plus whatever I was going to throw in the hat. But like to get about 50 or 60 because we only got, well, before we have a management change or whatever, or shift change, whatever you want to call it, we only got 2 photo reviews left. Got November and December.
Yeah.
So time to send some stuff in, and let's have a good couple photo reviews here before I depart.
Good.
That would be nice.
I will not send you bird pictures anymore for this last for the diversity.
Well, I'm actually not going to be. I'm gonna, some of the pictures I'm gonna put in for next week are not bird related at all either. I do have a few bird ones, but I also have some that aren't. Well, one that is not typical of me. Let's put it that way. But I don't like to think. I just take whatever. When opportunity presents itself, I don't sit there and say, well, I can't take that because that's not what I take. It's like, no, I take whatever I want to take. One day it could be on the street photography at night or whatever. It is what it is. You take advantage of what you can. But we're going to call it a night, everybody in the chat. And I thank all you guys that came on in the panel. And hope everybody has some good luck taking pictures this coming week. I hope the weather in your area is decent and you're not dealing with any storms. I guess it's still hurricane season technically, so you never know, right? But let's hope nobody has any issues with that kind of stuff. So we will see you folks next Saturday, and get in some images to me. Let's have a good show next week. And just say good night to everybody, and
see you guys.
we will.
See you.
We will see you next Saturday. I hope. Take care.